abana okoto ye no obi anhye de nyabotre ankyerɛ mu sɛnea abano ubetumi ato amadien ama sebio yakan waba inti eye afi nan bia na yekoto aba okoto aba nanso de bia no ntuwie no omo ye kase yankan waba no waba kan so wunim ene na eya e waba tuom obo ha bia wo no wato aba saa enso de eya wo mu se ebia na aba kora yankan ba akoda inti wote se ya to abawie na yesi o we mu de yankan ye yegu nchama ntu ni ya ebia na ye wo ebia obi nya abotre enkyerɛkyerɛ mu sɛ. All right, good evening and welcome to the show. My name is Kevin Akobe. It likes exactly 4:21 p.m. Sorry for the late start of tonight's show. We are live on TV, we are live on radio, we are live on Facebook, we are also live on YouTube. You can search for Loud Silence TV on YouTube, on Facebook, on radio, and also on TV, on multi-TV, search for Loud Silence TV. We are live across the world. Thank you very much for tuning in. Team, stay with me. Jumadi no enwana yade ashishasono and then you bring Jumadi no enwana starting if we say time no ya started Jumadi in term inti so we be catch us Kevin Taylor is live. Kajan said the show is still on. We hit a little bit of a technical problem and intina and the show no a delay and it's exactly 9:22 in Ghana. I'm hoping say lots and lots of people know say show not started. I'm sorry, show starting very very late. Now at the end of course Ghana NC tonight we'll be talking about a few things. You were discussing a year ex-president Kufuor statement endorsing Bawumia, who we know is a failure. We also react to the rice saga, the free SHS food poisoning. Abino Empeso Bejatumno. We will let people know say the government is lying and the Uoba also the chronicle checkup, echo making sure that everything is fine because so many kids are falling sick. Inti Adibia also Nikon Yabdi and also Encomo. Also insanity to say yes, and a few things. You be doing come on. Me share my dashboard. This one, so many things on this platform, on this dashboard. You be Kufuor, you be free SHS Aduane. A few social media stories. Nurses, be and there. Also, now more expected say aban we be postiomo. Out of 300, nipa 30 per and aban we postiomo. These and very other very important stories. And then you bring you be doing come on. Thank you very much to the team for holding the fort. To Ikoto Free Mind over the weekend. And a year Ransford Cable. The rest of the team. I really appreciate you guys holding up. I am back again. The producers here from the Ghost team. Intended Jumadina ni start no time no day for Agege boys. Konkonsebi Otawa, you guys can keep it because and then Jumadino and team. If we are good to go, just let me know. Mr. P, Mr. S, are we good? I know it's been a tough 1 hour for us to get this stream up. It's been a very difficult one. Spider, I beg, stay with me and try and get us on radio too. I beg you, Spider, stay with me and get us on radio. I really appreciate this. Team, are we good? It looks like we are good here. Obiaba YouTube, Akajan said you should like the show. Obiaba Facebook, Akajan said to share the show. There's not a time to be going back and telling you to like or share the show. Show now starting late. That we have 1,247 people. We have been live for 5 minutes. On Facebook, so many people also joining this platform. This is the most authentic platform right now. Election 2024 is less than 9 days technically. So we working days could do the 1st of December. We have 10 days maximum, 10 days for election 2024. 8 years, Nanado Danko Kufuor ne Bawumia waste 8 years ni Maraka. Technically, a year by 10 days, and the 20th, right? You were a year 19 days more. Now, so we weekdays now. That means the first week of January, December, and count from the 1st to the 7th. It's not part of it because Obianim says special voting is on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, near to about 7th. Into 1st of January, December, into from now to that time, 2 weeks, which is basically 20 days. 20 days, Yamfan say a year. Weekdays in Frima is about 9-10 days. Naka. Into also, say election time now, you do know. Well, when you're arguing it right now, no. Now, Sibio unye ready say oh beto aba. This is the time also be ati say John Dramani Mahama any NDC and I was say oto edema omo ewo Ghana because in kwasi ade ekoto we need to basically end it. Now, our first story will be on you see Black Stars also Ephraim, quite interesting. I'll discuss that tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll talk about the Black Stars, Keto Kreku, all that is happening. We don't have time today, and then we will not discuss Black Stars. But tomorrow we'll talk about Black Stars. Also, Yanko straight. Now, having this conversation, a very, very important part, and it's got to do with a free SHS. Eduane ane yeka ho asem enkora no, eduane bone a eye aban we edema yemba no ewo school. Last year, November 23rd, and a breaking story no Loud Talents TV. Che, we are seeing with facts and a video evidence, pictures and all that. I prove it Ghana for with receipts. We built near the how the government was actually feeding Yemano almost senior high schools, with poisoned rice. After a year, the NDC in Parliament. Honorable Okujato, they have raised this issue. They have also followed it, and they believe it's something that is causing a lot of harm. Ewo your schools now, ewo Ghana bebre muno. Free SHS by say beboa ama Ghana for teacher eye mano etumibeko school sebio almost so ebenya obrapa sebio ana yakatu etim say one ko school obra enko so enye sa na tie school ni hia but so obra because so just school na ma obra akoso it's very important so benya school knowledge aka ho yo nipa ebra ma ko school omogimi omontumi anya hwe since ye te Ghana yakko school sa so enye matches mpoda but school no bi nkase school nye school de eye pa na usua school de no na wo de fie de so eye adwuma ba emu dodo no yakko school ade gimi for enti yentumi enye ebra yi ye adwun se school no wa yentumi bobra onyankopon so boy no wan kase yenko school okase yembe yusu ya adwun fa nkyekere den eye ye ne ankase boy abrabo enti school hia nanso I do some time yemfa efianyansa no enka school no ho and that was just by the way. Now we've spoken about this issue a year school Eduane Bedebechem from 2023 a year November 23rd and a year November 20th November a year and the date the 18th of November 2024 meaning almost a year by 1 year ni and a story we aba and a very sensitive story we don't have to let it go because majority of Ghanaians yamba e free SHS nim. And I was here say a same way abeda on enya asema I was say yedidi agro aben bia or serious bia or dwene eye nkora mu school ho no saa asem we asema anko say president nankasa edina no tum ana say na bedi ekiredi o ma no tum say we die asema eso every say ye ka eye nkora mu school a o mawofo ni ho sebi o mo nkwa nete eye o mawofo no etua eto say aban ento eduane man nkora nindi na ye nkwote a eye companies I was say sebio omudi eduane a ehote anase emo a ehote man nkora no emo a asei asem bia say abrochi na si ya Kenya asem kuma say amanfo mba wo school na ye feed omo poison under the disguise of free SHS. Now mema obia nji obia no nsibone no Ghanaian is against free SHS. No Ghanaian. In fact your constitution no ewom say I was akore bia to be school na I was say no said ye ye no na kwan so se ne be ya sebio ade na ye na ana school na ye pese ye nkora no ko ekonye mpenyipa no enye school bone ana say school bia emfa bibia embeka omo ho. We should not compromise quality for quality. Inti very important. Inti asem ya beda we ahofo bia sebio ye Ghana ni bia obawo SS no ana senior high school no ehia say asem we ebehia. First thing I'm person me catch on say oba e senior high school a fa akora no ko hospital. Nama doctors enya no overall check omunya no thorough check ebusa doctors ne say monhwehwe me ba no sebio oyoba monhwehwe edien ne body nim monhwehwe senior ebia bibia enko nimu a daache no ebeha no sebio eduane a emba yewa no edi no sebio chemicals ewomu ewo school eye emo a ase no bebre no omawode ebesei bebre no ombebu omunsa engina bebre no embema no so sebio yesi ombema no so sebio ahoden ebeti akọ we ya dia wo se ha ahofobia e wo Ghana enti se abeda ho na se ye ka na se aban no empeso betu ho na mo a we ya Ghana ni a wo so busa ho se aban na oteso no is the government really a government that listens to you? Is the government really a government that actually takes your consent? Because say Abano does not see this as an issue, then it means the government of the day does not care. And no now say as Ghanaians, no, yama ya adwene ekwekyire ne etnase as awofo no ye start eyi politics to nkyene bu say asema ekosu e no kra na de na aban ne ya fa ho adenti na aban ne mfa de we say ade ehu every say metifie me ba wo school ya te say de eye school aduane omudi no ye hu mfonyi ye hu videos ye hu eye nkrata e kire say eye de nsa anyoma we nyina ekoso enkora ne bi krampo afre aka say aduane edi na yampa awofo di bi afre say through aduane we omomba ewu awofo bi afre say sa aduane boni ya de mankora wo school no ebi mukra emma entumi nchima they can have their menses ebi musumba omoye mbema no omombema no ewu. These are very important national issues. In fact, there should be a state of emergency for the president to come in and address the nation on this issue. Because eba encourage and omudi na say poison na yeli feed encourage Moscow na we all should be very, very concerned, especially these kind of rights. Eduane de mankorawi. So these are some of the footages we showed you, and so many students are agree say emu we bi bo mu school omu diye omu namfo omu ankasa emu bi no so eyare. Now the question here is, why is it say the government of the day doesn't want to take this serious? In fact, say ukọ eye the ekoso parliament ene the eye abemu penifo bi erezi a I say awofo bi organ bia sebio asem we how Adia we are AC in the FA free SHS on any duane boni amode mankora no. It's not something and they be hu insunsanso. Eduane ankora ne di for some time no. E hu insunsanso no ebetuma ha about 80% of yankora omoko this free SHS. And that is something we should be very worried about. E adia bia e was say yen yen nyina Ghana for. Now the question I want to ask is say adentina company na yesi omode emo no ebaye no. Why haven't they organized the press conference, the CEO, the leaders, Omudi company, why have they refused to even come out to speak to the general public that we never brought in this amount of rights, this particular rights they are talking about, because your body is a company na idea money buy and your friend laments. Now, Sir Laments company, as we speak, for some weird reason, the whole company is quiet. Your CEO. Omuji millions of dollars every Ghana for her because almost omudi emuaba through the educhuma or more that rights to bring the rice. Your directors, your Kuffour omudi company in this country, omuya directors. Ibinam lecturer to say this guy called A.S. Simon. But in the nima chemo say Abrantie we and a Sibu or your director na odio nima or che emono nationwide. Titru Ashanti Regina emono aseno dodwano koye. Abrantie we nam Ghana. The Laments Company Limited, as we speak, the owner is Ghanaian. It's a Ghanaian registered company. So why is it say this gentleman is still working in Ghana? Abroad, the education minister, the CID, Yoku, nothing, no institution, the OSP, nobody is bothered. Say, asame singinano, we a company, and a nipebi, egu hufin, ese mudia. What is stopping you people from coming out to tell Ghanaians to say all that is going on is a lie? In fact, we have subjected ourselves to investigations. We never brought in this kind of social rights, and when we brought it into Ghana, anje rights no enguk temaport rights no ebi say in near so prove say ebi say ye amunikogu warehouse no ebi ko school wa ya shipi bi ba. Why do you think say this company your friend Laments no they have not spoken? Mumuta mo sa question no. The reason why Laments for an enkasa and say the education minister educhum or na ene Laments for no etnase na biya or the board chair of buffer stock or no NMI education minister no ema the green light ma Laments for the begu buffer stock for the warehouse. Remember ansana yede sa emo a ase we buffer stock warehouse no. Na buffer stock only 1 grain of rice. The Ministry of Education edin kind starve buffer stock of money. Into what happened and then say at a point, the Ministry of Education led by Educhum no Ekache buffer stock say they are taking the distribution from them to give to another company. Into what happened is a buffer stock did not have anything in their warehouses. And a far woman and a B catch the education minister say then laments bet to me the omomono I said no abegu buffer stock warehouse no me rebag a mono. Enti later na yebe say a mono at the end of the day no e ye mo asay ankorani bi di ewu ene ade no ena afei educhum e ka kire na bi e instructe buffer stock say omun release e de e ECOWAS bag ene e de planting for food bags na omun fama e sa company we ya sa Simon we di enim en rebag e mono. In the process of rebagging the rice and FDA for enya information on mobile buffer stock location. Omo buffer stock location no and omo take a sample of the rice na I say no and they took it away say omo lucky their warehouse no na until the test is done for them to see what is exactly in the rice emma emono airborne. Remember at a point boys na omo bagging mono into different bags no omo skin nyina share. And this guy called Simon, he knows it. So this guy was there. Some of the boys, no, omo rebag a monegu another bag, no, a ECOWAS bag, any buffer stock bag, no, almost skin, adiachi and almost skin in ashi. And some of these boys were admitted in different hospitals, and those boys live with us in the system, especially by Ashanti Regional. Boys don't be bagging mono, almost skin in ashi. So it shows you the amount of chemicals na a walk sa lemons rice mo friend mo social rice na mo de ma enkorani di. Now when buffer stock actually went there, they see and they say omo to warehouse nim and omo sa mo sample ni bi koye until somebody we test no. In these 3 days and a Simon way and the buffer stock for buy SAB BA a warehouse no and omo rebag ye. Into omo rebag ye no and almost so amono sale koma Ashanti region schools no and almost spread the akano across the nation. Into Usha emona omde baye na 80% of emono ni nyina e Ashanti region omo che emono ma omo schools no. And I'm catch say eye Okes headmaster no or ye NPP chairman or one of the constituencies ono ne lead omo che emo ni nyina edema these senior high schools ma enkorani di ye. In that period mo say na enkorano mo senior high schools no omo yare. In fact, some of the kids died. And you see decided to be back. Akwa a lot of the researcher. Yebemu say a majority of inquire this fool, a friend Simon, or a pastor or Assemblies of God. And I don't know why the Assemblies of God church are still keeping this fool as a pastor in their church. The leader of the Assemblies of God church, to allow this guy to be standing in front of people and preaching, one guy saw a Kuffour. Unless you're a thief or a criminal, and such a person who has been poisoning Ghanaians and still poisoning Ghanaians, you still tell this fool to stand in front of church. He said, "On preachy enche Ghana for," and the church, the Assemblies of God church, one person catch them say they don't know that this criminal or say pastor or hono he's involved. What are they doing about it? Have they handed this guy over to the police? So the Assemblies of God church and then Mama Kuffour and a dig Ghana for him say omo ya suffer in the name of Assemblies of God. The Assemblies of God, I know, they will not allow such a criminal to be standing before them say, "Onkanya mesem." So this is my last message to the Assemblies of God Church. If you guys don't want the world to know, say, this is a church that is basically harboring criminals, people who basically feed young people with chemicals and they're poisoner. This guy should be kicked out of the church and handed over to the police. I don't know the leader of the Assemblies of God Church. Messiah, get me his picture. I don't know the leader of the Assemblies of God Church, but today, if the Assemblies of God Church say, "Hey, sorry na I respect it. I respect that church so much." For a very long time, it's been one of those churches. They have been in the system for a long time. They have conducted themselves well, and it is so hard for anyone to even find something to say against the Assemblies of God Church. But if such a person is working in Ghana, say he's a criminal, such a person who is a thief. Now, and the engineer will say through on any action, ni greed in tea. Through the greed in tea, and yeah, poison and Korea. We need to get serious here. I want to know who is the head of the Assemblies of God Church. We don't care what is happening here. We don't care whoever goes to Assemblies of God. What we care about is the right thing needs to be done. And this fool, for a long time, it had been in the system, but because criminals. Now, you see, minority in parliament and this is for raise the issue. No, almost say we need to arrest Lamens directors over expired right distribution to SHS. And then the minority in parliament, NDC for catch the Ghana for say, Mumba Yanka Numbum, na amo de sa mu we by no directors nene sa Simon in the head no ya arrest you munina de omo ba am would say sa de no mo ye no omo dibone obi ti Ghana no kaje so a black one is doing politics. Where Jimmy? Now when you go back, let me show you something. Why are Aban we a dangerous government? Reverend Stephen Wangnam. This is our last warning to you. We respect you a lot. Let me take this off and put your picture up. And I know you are a man of God who has all the integrity. Me, I've followed a lot of churches in Ghana. Minima suffer do omo and I suffer omo kanokre. Menya korasa. Assemblies of God asori we enye asori ketua yebetuama nipebi abese asori de nimunyam. So I am giving Reverend Wangnam all the respect he deserves. And Assemblies of God asori so no enya asori ketua. And I know for a fact that there are thousands, at least millions of Assemblies of God members in Ghana. They will expect to say, Oma Soripejini will take a decision today. That Simon guy, say, oh yeah, Assemblies of God member, he needs to be kicked out. And with all due respect, Mr. Wangnam, the respect you carry, what you have done over the years, the way you have conducted yourself and been able, have gotten to this point, I don't expect you to allow such a fool, such a stupid idiot calling himself Simon, and then I was all poison and Kufuor. So with all due respect, I expect the Assemblies of God Church to release a statement to disassociate itself from this boy, this guy called Simon, because the government of the day needs to make sure he goes to jail. He has poisoned hundreds and hundreds of Ghanaians, and not just Ghanaians, young Ghanaians in senior high schools. So this guy called Simon, let me put his picture on the side. Mr. Wangnam, this guy called Simon, the church needs to disassociate itself from this criminal. And it should be done in less than 24 hours. The church, the Assemblies of God Church, they need to disassociate themselves from this criminal. Anything linking this guy to the church, they need to cut it off. Because the embarrassment this guy has brought to the church needs to make sure they cut off such a bile. They cut off such a demon. Because this guy has to go to jail. He needs to rot in jail. And we have to make sure every single person involved in this poisonous rice are distributed around the nation. Every single person is called to book. Every single person is punished. Now, let's go back to the story. I'm in Shawadebe. You see, the Auditor General's report, 2021, there was some very important information in the report. 2021 Auditor General's report in the the Auditor General mentioned Lamens rice. Our report said they were distributed unwholesome food to the schools. Thank you, Mr. S. Thank you, Mr. P. The Auditor General in 2021, the Auditor General's report, Okanwa report to say, Lamens company, they have brought food that are unwholesome into Ghana. So it means say all the way back in 2021, not this company, they were supplying their poison food to Ghanaians. And not just Ghanaians, young Ghanaians in senior high schools. And then I had the most critical part of this whole conversation. And then I had some tabu sound say, na in Kuffour way into omo nipa na omo ye mwa. Because all the way in 2021, anytime last time I catch a Ghana for say, when some people get up and say, I'm sorry. So be sorry, no catch will say, oh, the constitution needs to be reviewed. The constitution, with all due respect, Some parts needs to be touched. But we have not exhausted the Constitution. You know why? Because when the Auditor General puts a report out, the Auditor General needs to follow up, and everyone who is guilty in that report needs to be punished. Those who are supposed to be surcharged are supposed to be surcharged. This is the situation. The Auditor General audits companies that are supplying unwholesome food to the schools, and they know for a fact that the food these companies are supplying, wholesome, chemicals, poison. The Auditor General refuses to take action. That's why I keep telling you, it is not a constitution. It is about us holding people accountable. It is about us making sure people we have given positions to, they work and they are accountable to the people. In any serious country, the Auditor General will be fired today. Because he was supposed to move ahead. He was supposed to, at the end of the day, search out this company to come and tell Ghanaians why they are distributing unwholesome food to young Ghanaians in Ghana. Now, look at this. When you read the Auditor General's report, and this says, report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, pre-university educational institutions for the final year ended 31st December 2021. Now, Uko read the report. Now, this is what you see. Let's read what's in the report. Okay, team. Now, this is what's in the report. Now, when you read the report, page 133, supply of unwholesome food items, where the Auditor General's report, 2021, page 133. This is what the Auditor General discovered, and this is what he put in the Auditor General's report. It is obligatory because you will come to that part. Because they think yani Ghana for more nyansa. It's like they are telling us that we are mad. Abraham said we are not mad. And it is not only the young NPP pigs, that the older pigs too are doing the same. It's getting to that point where we realize, is this party in government to protect you and I? And I say, because of power, they wouldn't care. So be fidie, poison cry yendi. Auditor General's report, already page 133. This is what it says. It says this: 608.608, supply of unwholesome food items. Let's read what's in there. 2021 Auditor General's report, page 133. Facts, no, we are not, we need that, very important. In contravention of Section 52 of the PFM Act, that's the PFM Act, 2016 Act 921, we noted that supplies of 65 bags of rice in March 2021 to Prestia Huni Valley Senior High School and Technical School, and 5 cartons of Kaneshi milk to Asankregwa Senior High School by Lemens Ventures were found to be unwholesome at our time of audit in September, though the expiry date on the product was October 2021. Now, point 609. Now, first one, I'm going to say, against Emra Auditor General di Ejumano. So, Oba Auditor General some of Kai 2021 were reporting. I'm going to say, Omo echeki inuane ayede ama schools wo Ghana no omo ko hu se uko ayede Prestia Huni Valley Senior High School emo a lemens edeba 65 bags of rice any Kaneshi milk na enkwara ne nom no de emo no de omo hu say 65 bags of rice omo ko Prestia Huni Valley Senior High School no na emu ni nyina say we 2021. I did the expose in 2023. Meaning, before that, these people, they have been supplying unwholesome food to our senior high schools around the nation. Now, almost Omoko Asenkregwa, my favorite place, Ikura me do e Ghana pa Asenkregwa no. Omo hu say Asenkregwa Senior High School no, cartons, 5 cartons of Kaneshi milk a free lemons no so. And so na say even though no date na was on 2021 na asay and na eduane no school a enkwara ni di. So any evidence kura no, we at least have evidence to prove say the Auditor General Nankasa catch Ghana for say lamens is they are supplying unwholesome food eduane a enye more chemicals room into so be a Jimmy kura no so okase me ngi de e ho ni dia at least the Auditor General of Ghana catch up will say, oh mano, now you're more poisoned rice. Now the question here is, Auditor General who Univali Nkwa. Now they see other parts of Ghana. Because there are thousands of senior high schools in Ghana. They are all taking this kind of rice. It means say Univali Senior High School 65 bags. It means there are other schools that got equally 65 bags of rice. And it means in Korano, they have consumed it. This is the seriousness of what we are talking about. This is the seriousness of NPP using free SHS. Last, me catch them ha. Sa eduane na nkora de di no. Enye ndo. Mumba bebre omutumi wo. Bebre be ma say. Na mom yan kan 609.609. Almost saying. Almost say, as a result, there is the risk that the items will be served to students in time of food shortage with possible health implications. Auditor General can report or say, the omu ne say, san nuane na egu no, eye den ya mo de man korade di if you say eduane short a eno an eduane ho, meaning the kids had no option than to eat the poisoned food, the expired food. And the free SHS near catch them no, they be a tubu for amonte, mumba bebre ntumi wo, mo emana, ya catch them say, mumma yantin free SHS no, moi ya kano catch them amonte no, mumba bebre omuntumi wo, they will be barren. Bebre on say omuchima at the wrong time, ebi musu omuchima emma, bebre entumi wo. Now when you go to the last point, 610, Makacho will say, where Auditor General's report, page 133. Yeah, kind 608, 609, and 610. All these points for you to hear. I'm sorry, guys. My team are telling me, say, TV stream is good. We don't have any problems with TV. So if you're having a problem with your TV, just double check. It's a lot going on, guys. There's so many people working on this production. It's a lot. This is a lot, Ghanaians. It's a TV name, I understand. But you can have another avenue to watch the show. And I know the TV is working. So if you're not getting it, just call somebody who can do that for you. I'm sorry. We are working. We are doing everything possible to get you the facts. It is not easy. It is not. Now, when you go to the last point, 610, it says this. We recommend to the head of schools to report the matter to the National Buffer Stock Company for appropriate action or be held accountable for any inappropriate disposal of the items. Auditor General catch the schools and headmasters and say, "Why eduane boni bi we bia aba ho? Why eduane boni bi we bi o school? And more a free laments any air the condition milk or asaya ya de abren kwara di no. Yase mu nyina mo report Emma Buffer Stock. Why one report Emma Buffer Stock at the end of the day consequences no ya betwe waso." Now this is the thing. Time and no supply eduane we no. Buffer Stock na Nanabi chairman no. Nanabi make sure say den or no board chairman no or ne educhum collaborate and almost starve Buffer Stock. Until before that no, they took Buffer Stock out of the picture. That was a strategy. Until Nanabi ni buffer or ne educhum any the free SHS secretariat no omo committee bon omo ka che educhum say mema ne ma Buffer Stock fo sika mo koto to aduane emfa ma schools no. Until mukaya embre suppliers and Buffer Stock edin can supply omo no mu hi omo sika no na omo ye demonstration bebre if you say na educhum ashada wa ma Buffer Stock sika on fentua sankofon ka remember Buffer Stock je na on suppliers ye ne say or the sebio eduane ne mo a what he does so to de eduane free omo a and I say or the mo a they were doing everything I say carry forward and some of the payments I na akechi. That's how they be working. What educhum did was wa ma Buffer Stock sika it's not Buffer Stock eddy a suppliers nika. Now suppliers no ejina Buffer Stock konso and educhum ka say Buffer Stock cannot sustain ejuma no into oji efri omunsem. That means say at that particular moment the warehouse of Buffer Stock na be educhum dia if you say they are all empty. Now the board chair of Buffer Stock no Nana B any educhum tina say okay, then we are going to make you bring the food laments mono to Buffer Stock warehouse. And Nintina who say a morning na say no yedi begu Buffer Stock warehouses no. And na almost started say omu rebagging. Now remember, Busa say Omo rebag no adentina laments for and rebag a mono laments bags from. Why did they rebag the laments rice in ECOWAS bag, planting for food and jobs, and a buffer stock bags? In fact, bags are using a partner ECOWAS bag and a planting for food and jobs. You know why? The ECOWAS bag, you know, I'm using ECOWAS bag because they wanted to create an impression say emono to be free outside of Ghana, Burkina, any neighboring countries, you know, almost to be free ho. Inti koji ECOWAS bags no and the bag emono and a planting for food and jobs bags. Buffer stocks bag na kitwebi because they didn't want to implicate buffer stock because nobody said buffer stock anymore she. And buffer stock were not ready to work with them on this. But the board chair of buffer stock was ready to work with Educhum and the deputy education minister. So what they did is they say, Omuko planting for food and jobs, which basically is under the Ministry of Agriculture, which basically is under Kufuor. So they gave them the covers. So the Minister of Agriculture then, who is Ifriya Kuto, handed the planting for food and jobs Botono and the Momo. And at the same minister, agric minister, no, he gave them what the ECOWAS bags. Into they got these bags from agric ministry, and then they brought it in to rebag. Omo rebag na FDA ba hona yebe lock the place. Ho ena sebio omo ko yam kasa omo ko test it. Ebe sinde FDA they have not been able to come out with a single document to prove say e monom ko test e na wholesome and say wholesome till date. Now we read the Auditor General's report. The away trainer, this is what it says. That's okay. So my team Semen Kancham say I should zoom in the first one so that you guys can read along. Then after that, I'll put the second one. So my team self emphasis in T, facts in T. We should all read a supply of unwholesome food items. Where Auditor General's report 2021. Okay. Kuffour report now, you will see it. You hear? It says this. In contravention of Section 52 of the PFM Act 2016 Act 921, we noted that supplies of 65 bags of rice in March 2021 to Prestia Huni Valley Senior High School and Technical School and 5 cartons of Carnegie milk to Asenkrigwa Senior High School by Lemens Ventures were found to be unwholesome at our time of audit in September, though the expiry date on the product was October 2021. 609, it says this, and this is the Auditor General's report. It says, as a result, there is the risk that the items will be served to students in times of food shortage with possible health implications. 610, it says this. We recommend to the head of the schools to report the matter to the National Buffer Stock Company for appropriate action or be held accountable for any appropriate disposal of the items. So it is clear, even in the Auditor General's report, to say, laments, they started supplying poisoned or expired food to free senior high schools. 2021, and almost started the body system. Now, you read the second part in the Auditor General's report. I need to read with you. My team say me expanded and send it to be read your boom. Now, Oko page 142. The Auditor General's report 2021, page 142. You will see this. Shortfalls in supply of food items. Mom baby yede red nafano. It says rice, Havilia Precious Limited, Lamens Ventures and Co. 1,363 bags. That's 50 kg. That is actual quantity supplied, 1,000. Difference is 363. So 2,000 and when you read shortfalls in supply of food items, damage crazier. Now 660 says, contrary to regulation 97 of the PFM regulation 2019 LI 2378, we noted that suppliers under the National Buffer Stock Company short supplied food items to Nana Brentu SHS. Details are provided below. Now, some senior high schools be our crampona. A mono the coin crample and Samsung. Almost our poison in Corano. They actually did not even supply the amount of rice or bags. okra nyame na aboaye na limited poison no. Now the amount of rice and cause from the commerce school be to say a year Nana bring to SHS no, they were supposed to supply close to 1,363 bags. That is the 50 kg, no. They ended up supplying only 1,000. Now 363, we don't know where the rice went. It went to Nana B. This is the Auditor General's report. This is the Auditor General's report. And when you read the report, you will be shocked to say you get an education minister or say, okay, later you get an education minister. Now Abakacha will say, oh, he does not know anything about this. And that way there, until one some krada, and that they have to investigate. There's no investigation. Any say investigations be at the end of the day. Company the more assay a chemical so man korana and then korana be a deal. Free SHS na ye to Ghana for say, Moma yenye ye, e Kufuor ne ba umia, they don't care no, and won susan so na munyana, and the moma ba no empo end to me wo. Now, the air yawa assembly munyana say, you get an education minister. Now, let me read the other part of the document. 661. This is the page now. Asiana can also read the ohono. Auditor General can say me wa mummy reading in. According to management of the school, the suppliers deal directly with the National Buffer Stock Company and therefore could not explain why the food items in question were not fully supplied. Such practice has the tendency of students being underfed and also suppliers being overpaid. We recommend that the head of the school should liaise with the NBSC and Free SHS Secretariat for necessary remedial action. Now, let me show you something. It shows clearly say, laments no crampono. Schools now also supply no, supply eduani nyina. Yada yamiase, so poison and nyina nam de mana. Now at the end of the day, no, the schools that were supposed to take action so that this does not happen, no, what happened? The headmaster of that school, mon friend Mbra, Brentio Senior High School, mon friend sa headmaster Mbra say, Saya mona laments by no, na emonum panso no, Saya mono at the end of the day, they see. You see, the problem with senior high school, free senior high school, we are. Asaya, yekan wasama aya didn't say majority of senior high school headmasters no contributed to the destruction of free SHS because politicians no and senior high school masters be supporting they are supporting them because when they speak they'll be fired, and I understand why you juma 28 years. I can't be about 2 years now. I pension na free SHS aba na your man korane poison edi now I come here you with now 2 years into or retirement babawa. Then they'll all be forced to keep quiet. And into senior high schools, no headmaster and headmistresses, no they are not talking. And into they have left this to happen because at the end of the day, no obiaso also be feeding the ba. Now who are for na oba edin kwasi eduana no okachira wa politics inti obaga se emfa ho inti headmaster no ono onya den. And then there, 90% of girls who senior high school, free SHS and the Kufuor, they are saying they cannot give birth in the future. And anytime they catch out for the say, it's about time you people went in there to get your kids to go for checkup. So baba 90% of Enquara almost senior high school, free senior high school and the Kufuor we know. Would they say because of a mobonia, ya demand Enquara we die, enya krano, we Jimmy Krano. Evidence no Auditor General's report him say Enquarano AD poison 2021 into what there what's the MPPHO from a way Jimmy Kra we are for na one general bahono abayan kasa krata abayan kasa Auditor General penyini atro krata mu say Enquarano from 2021 and ye aduane asay am Enquarano di abedi 2024. You have people who are leading the education ministry. And the funny thing is, these things we are talking about, enye mongwao, salamens no, the mackerel, the sardines, the milk, the tomato, the cooking oil nyinaba. So if you think say they supply other things and you say, and from 2021, that is what your kids have been feeding on. Obu was me ba frɛ na ofi moja na ne bema mu ya ne ya odwunso moja me ba no chima say the moment obaba ka kyerɛ say the menstrual the menses asay no akora na wodi asay no. And the funny thing is awofo dodo no edwin say this is a joke me ba ndi bio mama ya tena se ne aka kyerɛ aban we say free SHS na odi aba no ompese ye be nie ne eku ye ma no ye de yakwasia de ntomago mu fi ne nam Ghana ye Kufuor the free SHS oba ni bewu MPs on parliament obi anyone the back of free SHS. I'm in trouble. Unim the ya wasem we mu nyina. Now, say Osha table no very well ah. Hwe aduane a enkofo no e supply ya. Eye de eye Auditor General Eka. Oh say ya to red one no. The aka ni nyina laments no supply bi ma schools no. And I will study table no. The first one rice, laments, or food items, or suppliers, or quantity to be supplied, actual quantity supplied, and difference. Now, oko number one rice, laments company no or supply rice. Oko suppliers and the deal so. Oba number two mackerel, laments or supply 1,125 boxes. And the demand school for the D nina asay. Oba number three. Laments almost supply sardines and also supply 405 boxes. Nina yet koma encouraging the D senior high schools. Oba number 4, tin tomatoes. Laments or supply 604 boxes. Sa eduani we are saying the mamoman the D was free SHS. Oma wudi nyina say. Now oba number 6, cooking oil. Laments supply cooking oil. How many? Or supply a year 373 boxes of cooking gallons of cooking oil, 25 liters. Now over a year over the other side there, as you imagine, one supply one supply sugar, one supply beans, one supply maize, one supply a year peanut and a soya bean. But when it comes to rice, mackerel, sardine, tin tomatoes, a year cooking oil, nina laments a supply nibi Emma Ghana for schools. Now, you know the funny thing about this whole thing? Laments na a supply anyway I say no. It was registered in 2020. Obi de be a company in 2020 and a 2021 or started or supply expired food for Ghanaians to eat. Laments, no. The company was established in 2020. 2021, now we have major supply contract. Only any track record. You need baby and the product in free. You ensure that you due diligence. You tracking the quality of products he brings or the company brings to Ghana. All that we did was 2020 the Kufuor the Mankasa uncle for a creative company. And I almost say Omokofe Duane or India as saying the Bremo. Company at in 2020, 2021, now our supply school for Duane. At the end of the day, the Auditor General is telling you, say, a Duane na company they buy and I say. Now Tio did matter. Now, there you are somewhere and say, when you ask the education ministry, Omo PRO abetra TV so, and you busan say, now asama esinunti ana onya Ghana ni Auditor General, and all the video evidence around encouraging someone mokano. Haven't you people heard? Mona mo education ministry, when our PRO of Educhum and the deputy. What do you say to this? Muntie a PRO of Ministry of Education, Muntie Education Ministry, PRO.
As how he wants to do it. But you see, the point is that I am not saying that his concerns are not valid. If you are a parent and you hear within the public space that food that were meant to be supplied to your schools where your children are unwholesome, are unsafe, and people have some way conspired to take the food to the schools and give it to the students, certainly you'll be alarmed, you'll be concerned. But I mean, the most important question you have to find out is, first of all, as a parent, was the food safe? If it comes out that the food was indeed safe, then I'm sure this whole, conversation should have been ended. But it appears that Mr. Blackwell is not even excited about the fact that other documents we got reveals that indeed the food was safe. Of course, one can understand he's a politician. We have barely 20 days to election, and so the best way to cut the government on his knees, particularly when the government wants to ride at the back of the free SHS program, is to let Ghanaians believe that yes, I mean the food was not wholesome. Nobody is disputing that it could not be, but when a situation comes and a politically exposed person deliberately wants to exploit the situation, of course, to advance his political relevance and score a political points, it becomes very pathetic. He has the right to comment on it. He has the right to call for the arrest of every individual. But I'm saying that what is happening currently, he's exploiting the situation, he's abusing the situation to achieve his own political relevance and interest. And it has nothing to do with the fact that he's fighting for the cause of students. If indeed he wants to fight for the cause of students, do you call for arrest of media? Is a media forum police station? Is a media IGP? What is preventing him from going to the IGP? From Parliament House to police headquarters, how many minutes? So why do you have to organize the whole Ghana media to one spot and say that I'm calling for the arrest of A, B, C, D? If you want to call for arrest of, if you think that somebody has, engaged in a criminality, there are forums for it. Nobody in the Ministry of Education will be willing to shield anyone. No. If you engage in a criminality, you should be able to pay for it yourself. But at the end of the day, when Mr. Blackwell runs commentary, dramatizes the situation, and makes it look as though even the Ministry of Education, which has no role, which has no mandate, which has no, authority in the supply of food, was the one who should be blamed for this thing, it becomes very sad. But I am very excited that in all this thing, it proved that the food was wholesome, and we've also.
You see, omo hwe mu school sem so no, otin kan no hwe white, and we be air condition, and o ka kire Ghana for say, na asem esi asem ben, omo mkofa asem de baaye, any abla komo mo aso asem nim no, se bio politics intira, nteduane na say a, ade na abla kwa onko police station, asem a omo bia ma no aka kire unu no. Asama obie na no aka cho say na se duane na say ai omo de no munye at the latter part of the answer na o say omo education ministry enyo omo no also bia blame omo because omo supply duane say me catch them now the question is you cannot blame buffer stock because buffer stock did not supply that food eho and the bia me catch them say this education minister educhum on it, Sir deputy way, they are the most corrupt criminals in the history of this country. Sir deputy education minister we or your software, Akwawi, or your software politics in Tiwadane Kwasia. And the PRO of Ghana Education Service catch say, Aden, and a black woman eka adie we wasem say ye feeding kwara poison. Auditor General catch say Diana sa company we di buy no, Diana say. And the enkwara wo school awofo frɛ omunim de AC enkwara ntumi ndunso omumba mewu emma entumi enye den enchimom omutumi menstruate. It is affecting enkwara womb. Kids are dying from it. The education ministry PRO ne ka say they are not the ones to be held accountable. Now why should be held accountable? Who should we hold accountable? When we see omotie omo ye nyina se ye jimi etinkwasiafo mienu we suit and omoten crying. And now why would kwasiate banta market free SHS no oba no bewu. Oba ba no ontumi wo. Na ono tin cry catch us say enyo no ne de aduane ma oba no. Na nke yeka say ye ka say nkwara de nyina nya AAAA and now say distinction in their results are. Anka san kwasiafo ba catch us say hwe adwuma ya ye ne to aba ma ye. Eno na kire mu se mu bi no MPP fo agimi mo. Mo awofo ni bi mo agimi. On say ende education ministry country and the deputy akwai oshefo mo oyesofo wo ye kromfo na ebechi watum sofo a oso kanya mesema odi no kure politics nti wadane aboa na ene na sa akwa wotumi ra heaven mo deputy education of minister eyesofo irade mo gimi irade mo deputy education minister or sofo mo energy minister no tukaka mo health minister before that Ajima Menu or your accountant na mo magimi ana inti the PRO is telling Ghanaians say they don't supply the food, so they cannot be held accountable, and that's a blackwa at the investigation whereby or the investigation has existed. They don't care because at the end of the day, election year obi raise asem we be politics. Amount former di poison wu. Amount former di poison is wu. Sa MP way deputy MP way ne city asin south o. Kohoko school seguo ye feeding kwara we nyina poison. Otenkran ondi bi. Ena ono hwe Ministry of Education ena mo ka kire mo so mo agimi adentina mo complaini say NDC for na complaini say ye feed mo mba poison na politics ma mo njindi. In the next 5-10 years mumudo do mo mba mo ko free SHS wo Ghana omuntumi nwo. Me say in the next 10 years mo amomama ewo free SHS ewo Ghana and the Kufuor amogen say ye ka no kra kire mo njindi no mo mamba ni nyina omuntumi nwo omawode esei mo mamma omo free SHS and the Kufuor ye ka kire mo say de ekosoro nye e wo se etenetene no e review make sure say ejina ne na so me se mo mamma bebre omo mbema bewu, and right now you people are witnessing it muhu me de efutu ametum de ama we Ghana ni na wo hwe me na we awofo oba free SHS a ochena try ne ko school ko fa akra ne ko private hospital say omon test akwara no ne system enhwe say bibi atochima enye sa ubesu akai me hwe we the chief of staff mami pegyini a ote de ote eye Kufuor Jubilee House a one ne tu Kufuor for Fremont pare ende yebusa ne say na mami penyini free SHS ye nyina ya behu evidence wo ho say enkwara no ye momu aduane boni momu di also your bad time e den na wo kafa ho mami we na ti Jubilee House o say ono na ye den ono na tu Kufuor fo mami we ne Kufuor ejepe o wenyini ne sinyina anye sa mami we bie na no a muntie de chief of staff no e ka kire mo ma kire mo evidence from the Auditor General's report ya kire mo videos ya kire mo pictures ya kire mo FDA the decision they took till now ye hu hwe ma kire mo how Educhum took this food supply from buffer stock. This is the chief of staff of Ghana muntie ne num asem kwasiafo we ne di muso of Ghana mu be wu sem moa.
To have critical minds, so they create. They are not just imbibing knowledge, but they are actually creating knowledge. And I think we need to support the education agenda that the government has. This transformative agenda is worth supporting.
But then the issue about some expired rights served to students, has it come to your notice, and are you worried about that?
It is, it is not true. So please, let us focus on things that move this country forward. I think this is our problem. We have good things. Look at what I've just seen. That should be your focus. How you advance the Ghanaian child, how you improve their opportunities so they become good citizens. Propaganda and rumor mongering has no place in education exhibition. Thank you.
Aban we mu nyina na ntwi a wasen aban we emame we. This is the mother cow in this government. I say bibia. This is the woman who advises the Kufuor on appointments. Kwasi aseme ekoso Kufuor aban mu nyina ye mawu emame we. This is the woman or yet the biggest problem in Ghana. The ntwie sema ekoso MPP aban mu nyina the cow leg nonsense. Kwasi abrofu bi otututu na besa na basa san kwasi na ntwisama ekoso nyina no Fremont pare nim nyansa bia na de Jubilee House wo maami penyini a wadru menopause mana broso ende supi na ye ne de monka nche sem na meka kire no opa onka sem beboa na menkire me onde me ende ono etumi send mabaawa ono ne naked pic monka nche sem me say supi na ye ne de ni adin a onye fin and or te Ghana na nkwasiasem. Ti ade free obatan ano. Na asem we krampo no sebio. So wonim nyansa na wunjimi ya. Obeka cha journalist say wo your obatan. Asem abeda woni asem a ewo se hwehwe mu man koduru eto me ehu se bibi sa ni ho. Wano set tabono ejina waka kire say it is not true. Until we should just ignore this and walk. Wei sa nantwi sem wei na edi Kufuor do aban nim. Sa nantwi sem wei na edi aba beduru ha. Impenfo na mo nam Ghana na mo so nim nyansa no dodo na jimi o. They are naturally corrupt and stupid. Eh? Ope one of the most corrupt people in the Kufuor government, Efrimo Pare. Here are they. Efrimo Pare. Ope obi oye wi kromfo a. Every government deal bia owom Efrimo Pare. Ne kro no a odete sa Jubilee House wo no. Mami we ni jantra obo no Ghana. O you say he cares or she cares about your son or your daughter? Sanka we Jimmy kura no, ye busa us a question we no. At least the education minister for say, minister say, oh, they have seen it. They are investigating. Oh, your chief of staff or and the first thing we say, I understand. I have heard about this. The ministry, they said they are investigating this issue, and I'm very, very interested in this issue, and I hope it's not true. Let's hope, let's wait and hear what the investigators come up with. Nyansani sa no kasa. Na no se ni singi na tutu owro no gire wa sa nkore. Kwasi asam nko ane kro no. Nani breaker se beifuo maami we. Nani breaker to say beifuo. At this point, a woman who is almost 90 years, you stand on TV to say you just rubbish such a serious issue, and the akwarabi e die aduane na kowu. Onya bonsam, onya beifuo. Enya trumu ni supi na yaoda. At your age, you just say this easily like that and walk. Senka wobako free SHS Libya and come be one kasa nkwa same way. Obi girlfriend. Some girl's girlfriend. Anka obi oba ewo free SHS Libya. Anka somebody's girlfriend to say wa ukokodi 90. Some girl's girlfriend. Anka obi be one kasa same way. Some girl's girlfriend. Uyi president in free uyi vice president free wa nipa or powerful Jubilee House sing we na no say sing and obeja kan kwasi asem because girl be girlfriend no because girl be a me nimu no na girlfriend no and o te Ghana odi kwasi asem uyi Kufuor na uyi Bawumia we na the third in command onye ni paketo o Ghana o kasa anyhow or sorry ade odwene woni bag ene a week tantan bia yede ponko bi dua aye wo Afghanistan na egu omutiri so ewia kete maame panyina wo yedi 90 na yede plastic we egu tiri so apila atum watoto wa no odi hira toto wa no say what to make up what ko kire hwan. You people have made impanyisam enkwasiasam yete Ghana. Now, so let me tell you guys, these people have to go. Mameka bi binche mo Ghana for. Na mo awofo no me dem etumfo. Mo bedi atem ye de any problem. Sebi o me metia no me banko free SHS ni bi. Wona obako. Send them frem mo manu school na mo busa mo say abena me pese ye de ko check up kwhwe. Oba encourage na beka say yes ma. We dem pese me ye. Me say mon fa mo phones. Na mon frem mo manu school sinka say oh abena me person ke be for the hospital the correctional system akore bia beka say yes muni bra nkora ne bre oma wudi anyina sei Kufuor de Bawumia ena nkwasiafo we dada mo ye ka kire mo ne atikrom ne ka say eduane na oma Jeffrey headmaster for ni nsem no ebe man nkora na bre ebe ku nkora ne bi ye tena ha ne edidi Jomahama tem o see what is wrong with letting the schools themselves go out to buy their food. See the ska ama aye presec headmaster. O say the whole time we be here 900,000 Ghana esi koli. Aban atam 900,000 Ghana amount. Say yati ha ni yati se enkwara na omo presec no omo nya aduane ndi a. Yati ha ni yati se akora bi edi aduane boni wo presec a. We don't have to go to education ministry. We don't have to go to the presidency. We just have to come to a presec and question the headmaster, the matron, that why is this happening? And no, if they are not able to give us any serious answer, any answer, nyansa woma, what we do, we make sure if they have to be prosecuted, they are prosecuted. If they have to be fired, they are fired. That is how you manage a country. John Mahama said, Montam eye ediane totono, any ediane hosamne emma schools no. Na schools nankasa enya den en handle no send ye beya bibi say sia ye betuma ko school akaka say wo na wo hwe school we so kanehia wa hanye sika de ma ye kase koto kanehia hwe date ukoto aduane na make sure say what aduane ye wholesome enti say aduane fun bia wa ha eye wo na ukoto ye you are responsible na Kufuor ne nkwasiafo we omo hu sam agimi nti omo ka free SHS to mutrim ena 2020 omo be companies ena omo ko India ni Pakistan nyoma na asɛ no ena omo sesa no de abrɛ mo ma na mo ma edi na ebi ma wo ɛho bɛyɛ den ebi mu emmema entumi ene ma na mo te Ghana de mo hu fin mo mu bi ɛyɛ free SHS nti mo ma ne bra na ɛsɛe no Fremo pare somebody's girlfriend at 90 a girl's girlfriend at 90 wo sa ma na onem yɛ sa de no mama we di 90 years old. Mami we oda ho ate sent to my abobo. We di 90 years. Kwasiasam munim sika o wia o Ghana Fremo pare. Mama e bro me say. Now, yanko yenim. Egigim, ya sorry enra eni anope ya. You see, ex-president Kufuor akasa. Team, we good to go, right? Now, the akoti nyina say. Okay, this is gone. This is gone. This is gone. All right, team, thank you. Now, you're sorry, yeah. You better say a year. I got away now with home. A year ex-president Kufuor akasa. Na and you bring me person Ghana for kasa. Na yama Ghana for tinyo maybe asika krebi. We have gotten to that point where in semi we are not supposed to be angry. We have to be just disappointed. And that's all that I can say. In semi buhani atifri yempeni fodi bianwa. You and I, and he say yeah angry. We just have to be disappointed. And there are two things here we are looking at. We are looking at a man at the end of the day, you feel say, baby, I would do no, with all due respect to Nifiawidi. Technically, he will not please or lick the butt of a politician to be relevant. And can you say, baby, Kufuor do unfana no enkutia politician too? Say nipa be who say sebio Kufuor ni mnyansa. No. We expect to say any age now we do no. This is the point where you are able to show yenin chiribane say sebio wa Kufuor kura wo fie oba ana wo nana ya ade bia nya obetima tena TV so aka to prove to yeni ayehwe any Ghana for ayehwe nyina ne say where do that point whereby you stand for the right thing. You stand for right irrespective of where you are standing, where you are sitting, and also the people watching you or before you. Because I'll come back to that. I need to do this important. So, yes, sorry, yeah, ex-president Kufuor can send bebree. And in 70 kano, majority of Ghanaians, you are surprised. Ebimuso are not surprised. People like myself and my team, we have never been surprised about Kufuor's utterances. And this is not a time for Ghanaians to be so hard on Kufuor. No, it is wrong. This is the time for Ghanaians to pity Kufuor. This is not a time for you as a young Ghanaian to insult Kufuor. It will not yield any result. This is not a time for you to basically, out of anger, because of Kufuor Nsemi Obekano, you'll be so pissed off to say, you are giving up on Ghana. No. This is the time we all have to feel pity. Feel pity because, with all due respect, Ejina Kufuor no, why he does what people tell him to do. And even when you read the Bible, in natural order, after 70 years, a few people are able to hold their thoughts together to basically be consistent in what they say. So let's study. Age is a blessing. Sometimes age becomes a curse when you don't allow the blessing of God to lead you. Let's say age is a blessing. But when you don't allow yourself for God, the favor of God, and the wisdom of God to lead you, that age becomes a curse. And that is what we are seeing in J.A. Kuffour. So, Obi to say me, I feel bad, I feel pity, I feel hurt because all that he carried with him, the little thing he carried, and the lot of baggage that he tried to hide, today, out of hypocrisy, that little credibility that some people were trying to protect, Kufuor Nankasa has blown himself up, and he has become one of the most disgraced, disrespected, underrated, statesman in the history of the Republic of Ghana. And you see, on a normal day, you expect people to be blazing and saying things against Kufuor. That's why I'm talking to the young people who are going through a lot. From Kufuor's statement, we are not supposed to be too bitter. Anytime guys say, "Would need to do point to be you become a child," and you can say you become a child, and just want to mean and just say want to mean some of your actions and utterances will show say you have gotten to your peak, and that respectfully you have to stay away from active conversation. All that you do is to basically restrain yourself because you are not at full capacity to absorb and also put out what will benefit everyone around you. I feel very hurt. I feel pity for Kufuor. That's all that I can say. But before that, we need to let people understand where Kufuor is coming from. Kufuor is coming from an era. Everything that made Kufuor to this point, everything was a lie. You see, J.A. Kufuor, all his life has been politics. And it's a wunima. Kufuor as a person, when he take politics out of his life, he's just a long-legged politician. And I say this because some of the things he says, you could say he's embroiled in his politics, a partisan politics, than a politics that looks nationalistic. So from day one, they have been a group. It has all been about themselves, and it just didn't happen. It was how they were trained from their tribe, through their religion, through their education, before they landed in politics. So when you hear Kufuor speak like this, the last thing I would say also, no, you have to feel pity. Now, J.A. Kufuor, before I move on, we need to understand to say J.A. Kufuor was actually birthed out of Buzia tradition. And we all know what Buzia tradition represents. It represents selfishness. It represents hypocrisy. It represents a group of people who want to be seen as intelligent. Everybody behind them being stupid. So it has been a self-centered group he was built out from, or he was birthed out of. So many people don't know the history of Kufuor. See, J.A. Kufuor, when you go back into history and you read a little bit about him, by 1969, he was a member of parliament and deputy foreign minister in the government of Kofi Abrifia Buzia. So all the way in 69, he was an in and out Buzia mental follower. So he was positioned. He has been positioned to think, say, anybody against this kind of Buzia kind of lifestyle and thinking is not somebody who basically can build Ghana. That's why they vehemently or they seriously oppose Kwame Nkrumah, because they have always opposed people who want to share the national cake. So what an interview recently or making here he even talked about property owning party, which he is proud of. Say, I will say any pakuka krebi ninya egudie ana ejapade no moche. So his political career has always been based on selfish tendencies. And anytime I will say, you are not supposed to be pissed at Kufuor. You are supposed to feel pity for Kufuor. I feel very pity for him. I feel pity because what he made us believe he was, he isn't. So when you read a little bit about him, Kufuor served as the member of parliament for Atwuma in Wabieja in the second, 1969 to 1972, and the third, 1979-1981 republics. He is a founding member of the Progress Party, which was established in Buzier's house. So it's a party that was formed in somebody's home that he has been part of till now. Memawatiasie, how a Kufuor of all people today has put his mouth at the butt of Bawumia for Bawumia to basically release his debt into Kufuor's mouth. And then that is pity and it hurts. Now, so when you see Kufuor today say that he thinks that Bawumia is the best person to lead Ghana, you are not supposed to be so mad because Kufuor has always been untruthful to himself, one. And secondly, Kufuor has always been that gentleman who has basically lived a hypocritical life to make people think he's smart. And it's out here, J.J. Rawlings, some of the people who were around when Kufuor was around actively doing politics. They have always said that Kufuor is one of the most diabolic politicians. Today, somebody who respected and revered Kufuor with all his life, like Alan Cash, is telling us that Kufuor is a liar. It should tell you how sneaky and dangerous Kufuor can be. And anytime I catch a Ghana for say, it would be wrong for any Ghanaian. Ebe ya se Ghana ni bi be sorry. No beka say, oh Kufuor kasa say, Kufuor can we say yankotuma ba omi anti ene ya. Eni say ya, I will say eya umobo. Anytime I say me Kufuor sama okaye. Any interview I share, Kufuor anshe bebufu, Kufuor hu ye me mobo. Yeka se obi hu ye mobo a, enye sike ekuta no. Enye edan a wotim. Sebio enye nipa a omunim no. Eye de efri na no ba a ekire akoma edan mu ene adwene edan tirim. Obi wo ha osonwa. Sebio ebia adwene edan tirim no, na wo expecting say ebe adwene kese a esonwa. Nanso na be adwene ketwa. It is because of Kufuor hu yam mbobo a. No hu yam mbobo because what people saw him to be. Nipa dodo sibi omuhu Kufuor no. Ensem a Kufuor ka in this last 24 to 48 hours now. Ama nipa dodo no aiden and esia fem. There are so many people our more Kufuor age. They are embarrassed. They are embarrassed because Kufuor's group, the age group, they expect Kufuor to represent something. You got what I mean? Inti say ote se Kufuor kasa say ye bedi hu nkoma a young man mama obumfu men ko se Kufuor kwasia because o se Kufuor kwasia se bi obi be se eye de o say wakorabo if you say without due respect in fear Kufuor di no we di mokwe di nchene onim de ye na onim de enye inti de okan bia no onim de oka eye enida ho bone eye nipa bia sense say osi su se oye politics no wafa ne ho adwene ama na adwene ne se obi oban ni bi agimi ono nko ana se bio onim nyansa. Now Kufuor abeka nsem bebre na ende de oka che Ghana for no se ye nyina Ghana for in fact so person who time e swear Kufuor in as a minister a member of parliament. So this is when Kufuor was being sworn in as a member of parliament. That is him. So today, when you are a Ghanaian and you are saying, say, oh, Kufuor kasamanaya wanwa, you are not supposed to be shocked. And he say, yeah, wanwa. And he say, yeah, wanwa, if we say, J.A. Kufuor, nipe bia, since he started in the politics, no? Since he started in the politics, no, it has always been about himself and his small group of people. It has never been about the ono Kufuor, Ghana for any yenkanyo. Mameka bibi nchiro. Sa utie Kufuor or kasa na utie ni kasema. It has always been party first since Kufuor ba politics him. It has never been about Ghana first. So when him communication na unim kasa ena Kufuor kasa because oh origine Ghana who no. Kufuor has always made the MPP a priority than Ghana. Kufuor has always considered the party before Ghana. In today biano, the ye fem obra nipa bre, the ye nyina ye di tia nim se enye no, say na aban na woswa Kufuor as Kufuor miminim na I feel pity. Anase ne ho ya me mmobo, ana Ghana for dodo no ne ho ya mmobo no. Ana ne ho ya Ghana for mmobo no. You will not be surprised how better say Kufuor ayedin. Kufuor will not speak. J.A. Kufuor from day one who wrote politics him, he has never been honest to himself and to the people of Ghana. This is the same man who took us from nothing to epic. This is the same man who has taken no blame for the 8 years he ruled Ghana. He has never taken any blame from time of ruling Ghana for 8 years. He has never done that. So he's a man on tenacity and you say, my offending nipa, makase tia nipa, me ni ebia me ye as president, me ye ma nipa bi enu omo. He does not see it like that. And anytime I say, baby, Kufuor Druno, Kufuor, I feel pity. So many Ghanaians feel pity. An insult on Kufuor will not change anything. It's a waste of weapon. It's a waste of time and energy. You just have to feel, I'll say, no one ya mobo. Now, my mention what debi. And J.A. Kufuor catch say, Bawumia will revive Ghana's economy if elected. Or say, Yani Ghana for Nkotuma Bawumia. Na Bawumia ebe revive Ghana economy no be ye. It's been 8 years. Mahamudu Bawumia ena atena Ghana so aye den ye vice president wa headed the economic management team. It has been 8 years of Bawumia working. Ye nyina eni tua continuously. Waka kire say na oye dwuma Bank of Ghana ye nyina etia ma wo Kufuor ka kire say this guy used to work at the Bank of Ghana into eba economics any Ghana sika samonto to ya eni say enya problem bia. In 2020 J.A. Kufuor ka kire say yemfa tumi ma Kufuor no Bawumia if someone no be solve your economic problem. So that time na ahokira ye wom sisia na enye nduru ho. In this opinion onim de ekoso Ghana when we say dollar na every 3.8 abedru almost 17. When we say unemployment time Mahama was so ended there and the unemployment is highest in the record of this country. When we say inflation ekodru 52%. When we say corruption perception index Bawumia ne Kufuor do omuna eba ketasha omudi enim. When we the deficit in their infrastructure onim say from the time of nobody president ebese Kufuor ne Bawumia time almost see one regional hospital manipa enkomu koja yarsa when we say onwa ni nuanoma ono mo the same age 86 87 80 85 omo pension sika under Bawumia we yaje ema ebimo sebio omo ewu afem na say otumi friend ni pebi betena say me pese me ka kire Ghana for say sa nipa na odi Ghana for bedru ha no yen santam Ghana nhye sa nipa ni sima na kire say Kufuor as nipa no or say Ghana ni bia Kufuor ho ye ne mbobo. I'm not angry with him. I pity him. These are final days of Kufuor or Tiasa Siswa. Anytime I say some age be a blessing and some age be a curse. But the curse it is when you don't allow onyankopon ne nyansa ene ne do any sebio ne humobro, when you don't allow that to lead you, the old age you get to, it becomes a curse. And I believe, that is where J.A. Kufuor ewo. His age has become a curse unto himself. And I pity him. I don't feel angry. I am not bitter. I pity him. I am a mobo. I am a mobo. Enye sika owo. Enya ahunya awenya. Enye baby ote. Enye president wedida. Eye akoma sebio obewie na brabo a ode kwa enya akoma pa. Inti me wida enhu baby obi abeko no. Ene abeko sam kakra yetie no. Na say ye papa Kufuor sebio ende ye sorry na waka nchire gu a enya akoma pa ene ode ko baby okono. Eye akoma bone a ema wunya baby papa enyina. Inti I don't feel angry. I feel pity because of politics. Papa Kufuor will end up after life somewhere he might not want to end up, or because of him, Kufuor, not opening and being honest to himself and the people of Ghana. So Kufuor is pitiful. Before election 2020, I said when Kufuor catch there.
In this era of technocracy and solutions-oriented applications, the nation must count itself fortunate to have such a son as Alhaj Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who roundly fills the role of the needed analyst. He is an economist, banker, and also a responsible politician. Who packs a lot of experience and pragmatism to address the theme of the state of the economy and its foundations, whether of rock or straw.
Ose Bawumia 2020 agoto aba yantuma Bawumia because pragmatism and experience. Saa time a situation in Ruha. Saa time na Kufuor ni mate fo a ono mo age a omo abre omo mojeni aye adwuma ma Ghana pensioners. Saa time no musika da ho. Kufuor ka kire Ghana for say yantuma Bawumia. J.A. Kufuor ewie ni politics a, with all due respect, one year adwuma bi anka ho no. Eye saa eye ne colleagues omo ye pensioners. Omo dwuma omo aye nurse for, teacher for, police for, asoja for, lawyers, judges. Omo di omo moja to ho eye dwuma mfie. Saa edwuma omo ye no for 30-40 years no. Ya gigi etuo na ye de Kufuor every year bi asesa ne ka ama no as ex-president. Every year biya ya mani sika, every month biya yetua ne ka. And so nurse for ya Kufuor ni omo si so. Ono more the same age. Omo pension. Teacher for ya Kufuor ni omo si so. Omo the same age. Omo pension. Police for Kufuor ni omo si so. Omo the same age. Omo pension. Soldier for a civil servant. Sanko for we ko pensioner. Obia anywhere okoto ka momo. Akosi dan amomo. Amomo baby pa atena. Sebio kakra omo didi ho eye omo pension sika no. Eno so Kufuor party eya Bawumia oka se yentuma no atam saa sika no abra wan kan kire omo. Kufuor da ho gina Ghana fo enim in 2024 ka kire say upon all the things that has happened nipa ebia fam wowu a omo ye ni age mate ose ni nyina we hu sebio ni colleagues a endameno ka say ebida hospital omo ko gina nsuom ko gina ewiem eya demonstration etonwom say nipa bi nka bi mmoa omo na omo sika aban abo besia e wo so de ma omo no nipa bi sebio enforma no ntum na aban enti omo na sebio omo nya sika kakra enkoto nduro enya sika kakra enfa nkohwe nkohwe omo no J.A. Kufuor tena Ghana ha wanfa na no antum Kufuor tena krom ha wembie na no anka nkyere aban anka nkyere Bawumia se wona wo hwe Ghana sika sam so wona me ka kire Ghana for say ubedi Ghana so from 2020 bi mu a mu betumi ama Ghana amanfo ho ahenha omo pensioner for emre amanfo ebenya bebi edi J.A. Kufuor ntumi mbie na no e wo bedwuma nka say aban me nuanom me colleagues are many omu see so omu di omu moja etwa so eye omu abrabo adwuma nyina de chichire man no momfa omu sika omu JA Kufuor tena Ghana ha wembie na no anka se eye pensionerfo a omu so ebre ewu no yammoa omu na aban no and solve problem no JA Kufuor tena Ghana wamfa na no antum ni colleagues ni nipa oni omu nam at a point na JA Kufuor ewukrom ha ena Ken Oforiata or the party mu any baomia amobeka kire eye pensionerfo a omni JA Kufuor si so ka kire om say so manji DDEP na ntuma IMF ni yentumi nko na omonji DDEP ni ntum na yenko IMF asema JA Kufuor otigana ha otini nyina one baomia mu di nkomo ohuni nyina enso JA Kufuor ka say enya ade a obebie na no aka bi efri say se eba ne party no na se omuku Ghana for pensioners ni mpenifo a omone ne age ya pekura se ne party ni nkwa na edi se wuo ni dia o support opene so because enka Kufuor mpene so a anka JA Kufuor bie na no ka se medi o mampanyi pen ende meti hei sa me colleagues me nuanum ya omu chedwadwo omu su ogina bontene ebi wu no omu sika ne bi ne etete de hweme adenti na omu sika no aban a moteso moje nanso JA Kufuor odo party chain nipa odo ne MPP no chain Ghana into otena afie eye na ashin say wadane mampam monhwe de ono ani colleagues komu a ende Kufuor to worker say yento abama nipa na odi anim ye baomia essay eye pensioners ebi mu ewu ye nunu meduro wu ye ebi mantwe nya sika anko hospital ende JA Kufuor esa ka kire say yenko ne yansan fa to me sanches the same nkofo ni nsem anytime me ka kire say mema Kufuor ade o ye no enye wanwa mema obumfu pity him man ho ye mmobo
10 on your bonds it's about 18.5% on average. Okay, so looking at all of the categories, we say, well, these are retirees. Let's include those 59 who will be 60 this year and give them 15%. So the fight that we are presumably fighting here is a difference between 15 and 18.5%. The cost of that may be that we may not get an IMF clearance. And then your issues of inflation, capacity to pay, takes on a different hue. So my challenge really, and I spoke to Doc a bit about it, is that look, what you have done is incredible and is great. Now we are at a point where, what is the Dinkra symbol? Or else the nation will come to a halt. So we've now brought you from 0 to 15, really 3.5 basis points between what you would normally get to that, and also move the whole maturity period from the 12 that we had prescribed at the beginning to 5, knowing very well that at least a third of you have maturities way beyond even the 12. Okay, so at this juncture, looking at what we have been able to do, being really very clear on where we are as a nation and what part of the contribution you want to. So I want at least one of you to tell me exactly what it is that is so egregious.
JA Kufuor tis answer when you're on TV so. Can Oforiata Gina pensioners if we need more Ghana catcher almost say. Musikano, I will say a tam. Haircuts, I will say when you be near to me call IMF. Send your beya, you bet to me a banner inflation in us what tiaba form. A yet nyome moya ding or bra Ghana for bre, namonso munsaka musika, ebe sinne. JA Kufuor ni mwenina. JA Kufuor say, oh, ye, because any party. Enede or how we air to Ghana for so. The for pensioner for omu ye juma titi omu mo rema editu Kufuor ka for 8 years in government. Pensioner for omu dan ye juma a yedi sika no esa hwe Kufuor after he left office. pensioner for omu ye adwuma 30 to 40 years ye yi omu sika de Kufuor month bia otifie a salary. Sa pensioner for no kogina ewia so na Kufuor te Ghana. Kufuor did not say anything.
We know we will get there. Heaven knows how we will get there. We know we will. It won't be hard, we know. And the road will be muddy and rough, but we'll get there. Heaven knows how we will get there. We know we will. At that time, we are going. Heaven knows where we are going. We know we will. We will get there. Heaven knows how we will.
The message for the diaspora: don't come. They won't give you your money. They'll bring you here and chop your money. Don't come to Ghana.
Tensions are hiding here at the Finance Ministry as pensioner bondholders have resumed picketing here. Their deal is based on one thing: the non-payment of 6 outstanding coupons, which is getting them more and more frustrated.
I have quite a few dependents. One of them has a chronic kidney disease stage 3. We can't even afford to go and do a lab test for her. We can't buy medication. She has other medical complications. We can't buy her medication. One of the medications has jumped from 400 cedis to 800 cedis. We can't buy it anymore. The other one has a very high blood pressure. If she doesn't get her medication, she'll have a stroke and end up most likely in hospital. And that will be another problem on top of another problem.
Christopher, Fabia's son, has joined his mother from the UK to demand what is due them. According to him, the investment in government bonds are proceeds from the sale of family property.
I followed my mum here because she's spent the last 15 years working hard, asking me to send her money from the UK, living without food and things, struggling to earn money to win our family properties back. We managed to win our family properties back. She sold the property, and then we said, right, we'll invest this money so we can help all of our family and those in our wider community. She did that, and she invested it into these government bonds. Now, these government bonds have been removed from her. She's not getting any of her coupons anymore, and it's a stress. She's having nightmares. She's just not the same person as she was before.
Well, you would recall that the pensioners had earlier threatened to send the Ministry of Finance to Shraj in case they do not heed to their calls. Well, their convener, Dr. Edouanani Intri, has been given updates on that.
Government say it's difficult to pay. Nevertheless, we say we will write you a letter of demand. Let us have your response. And if we get your response and you still say you are not going to pay, we will take it as not treating your citizens fair. We are taking it as an administrative justice matter. And therefore, we will submit the matter to Shrag. So we are waiting for the response from government, and then we take that further.
My 2 cousins, who are both mentally challenged, they depend on our family coupons to buy their medication. This is the 2 of them. We have traveled 2 hours to get here. For them to join these people who are our fellow Ghanaians to picket so that we can have our coupons. This lady's medication alone is over 2,000 cedis a month. Her lab tests, her medical appointments, her psychiatrist to visit her in the house. This lady also has to buy a lot of medication to keep her fit. Is this right? Who do we go to? Who's going to help us? They have been forced to get up early in the morning, drive in tractor in the heat to come here today. We got here even late. This is their carer, the lady I owe over 45,000 cedis, who has been sponsoring them because the cost of living has gone high. We want our coupons. It's very simple. It's very easy. Give us our money. We will never come. If you won't give us our coupon, give us our principals. We will do with it what we choose. It's our money. We worked for it. All of us here worked very hard, sweated and toiled. Give us our money. We shouldn't have to come here at this age. Why? You have no heart? Are we not human beings too? Why?
In all this, Kufuor said one thing. That is the danger. That's why I say, feel pity for Kufuor. We are going to konko to jene bomb pie mano. Because penye oma ho kwan na onyame efa wo so a o de be hira nipa. So wa ma ho kwan a penye no ebeye nome ama sebio wasefo. And that is where me hu ne Kufuor bibia wodu no. And anytime I say mo amubu ofu a mo kasa tia Kufuor no, you are not supposed to be angry to speak against him. You are supposed to feel pity for him. Feel pity for Kufuor because what is say Kufuor bien anwa ka asem we. It is not always that the government has to build factories and employ people. No. It is the private sector. Kufuor say and yes say aban na also see factory. Name a private sector na also musi factory. What can I say Kufuor can say Kwame Nkrumah ma yemblemu Kwame Nkrumah for independence. Any factory Kwame Nkrumah be any nyana nyanse nim. In the same Kufuor at his age, catch them say factories enya buying asede so basic factories na ankura. This is the same man okotena NPP for manifesto as you say one district one factory. Otie ni nyina wie ka kire say NPP the policies be by one district one factory yankotuma bawumia ene Kufuor. And because he's doing everything possible say obeshilde bawumia kromfo onka no kra Ghana for atro edi abedru ha no. He's basically at the end of the day exposing himself. Anytime I catch you say ubuofu na wo kase bebre e wo say Kufuor ho ya wo mobo because we do age now why sa akwara. Without due respect, I think he's speaking without due respect, without thinking of what he has done or endorsed in the past. Because Kufuor in 2016 Obe endorsed the one district one factory say abaya Kufuor de ba omiambedi enim embassy factory nyina wo Ghana na and the oka kire say enya abaya said yes say also osi factory na yankra then it means you knew what you were doing. And anytime I catch a Ghana for drone say this is not the time for young Ghanaians to be using words and sema ano edin when you write so be Kufuor. I don't also have the right, but I have the right to question baby asem no kind free buy free baby akoma power na say baby adwene boneda. And that is the part that frustrates me because it makes me feel pity for Kufuor every day. It means in Sama Kufuor debia okachire it is not about the development of Ghana. Nemum send on a party no nipa bi wo mu a omubedi yie. Enti aka me betena na nko say Ghana focus say dabi pity Kufuor ma Kufuor ho nya omobo. And so many things can happen to men and it can come in so many ways. Nyama bebre to me see ema nipa nyama bia ana deara odwin se obeye no ontumi nye. Nti sometimes you look at these things and you listen to these things, you feel hurt, but for you to know say the person if you are with and sebio ahaban dadate and ahaban monoteno Kufuor nyini without due respect enche onyame beto ne sa friends bia yeso nyini anyame be frɛ no. You have to pity him and where he's taking his heart to. Is it a pure one or a hypocritical one? And I said, well, my politics and I say no. And then I am at this point, it's nothing. Because all share statement then it defeats everything that we just say it defeats everything. So what will make him make this statement? It is because Nigerian say Jimmy. We play Ghana for besinne. On sana Kufuor kasano oka kire nkofo na nomtete won say na ban time obedi president say wutie Kufuor ye a can send bebre say why nyoma me ye no we ntuma ntoa so we me wa ban me ye we and this ntuma but Kufuor could not say me wa ban me ye we ewie ye we ntuma nka bi da because at your age na me expect say sa nkofo no betena ne nchen so me journalist ebusa question no. This was the time for Kufuor to tell Ghana for ne sebio omo interview we target omo asantefo ni bi omo dwin se omo gimi no say me na efrem Kufuor me baaye no na me see we and then the about time to me come ekoje awo and me see we 8 years. You cannot tell me say ade bia wo ba aban mu be ye bia we wie. It means you are a liar. Fine, we understand governance is continuation, but some governments have been able to complete a project. Nti then and the ultimate as old as you are, you were not able to tell omo awose baumia omo nkotoma baumia say we na ma ya and they be bomb din ahye manimunyam. They be no be na no on the national health insurance buy oboa. It's a lie. Mutual health insurance and Kufuor ebeto ya or the buy. National health insurance was implemented after Kufuor. But that's why I say I pity Kufuor. And I pity the people Kufuor is trying to lie to at this time of the age. And then they have me. I would love to have Kufuor as my grandfather. But I wouldn't want to have a hypocrite as my grandfather. And have me to the point to say, me who say Kufuor keka ma dwene kire Kufuor di Kufuor tema I na have me if you say me expecting to say baby I would doing anka wo de oye kanewu ne kanokore. But this is the situation. Yeti hey words to even define who you are no edemaye. Okasa ye when to be na no anka say me yade we si ho a ende me na me ye wie want to man kebi. It means to say his governance bibi obeye bia no na ya tro. He could not for 8 years complete one project. One project that he can be bold and proud of. Ontimi mpo ambo bibi oye no asantimema eya dia owie ye. And so now a property owning a government. Na utifie na de bia ufie right atawa na sebi oso bia mfa de nsabe nkum nkyere ni krum kwan e den na wankasa wo kuro mu kura wentuma anya bibia yi wo nsɛmfiri ho. It means Kufuor no ho ye mmobo ye kan one of the presidents yenya we gu ne ho anim ase wa kyerɛ sɛ saa 8 years de man nyina wentumi afa anya de papa bia nsom Ghana Kufuor. And I didn't say it, he himself and we do that point I exposing ho because you see na adwene say ebi obetima dada Ghana fo bi mabawumia kromfo a onka no krowi abenya tumi. That is not how you build this nation. That is not how this nation is built. And that's not how we should build this nation. We should be honest enough. Into this statement alone, it defeats what you have been supporting till date. Nanka, omudi one district, one factory buy. I didn't tell one story and can't say, hey, government does not build hospitals or factories, and that individuals do. Then I'll support one district, one factory be doing now. If you saw him say, Baumia under his leadership and under your leadership, wait to see one regional hospital, Manipa and Kuman war. You are a disappointment. Anytime I can say, if you're angry, so Kufuor now we can't say me dinner tema oh how or Kufuor ho ya mobo. You need to feel pity. I was Kufuor no ho ya mobo. I was say bibi kan akoma say me sia fem. Sa na was say yo eni say ma obufu. Asema Kufuor kan ye. Also say there are many projects I couldn't finish as president. They have not been completed till date. Or say project bebre wa went to me wie but went to man project to me wie under 8 years. In 8 years. But I can show you Baomiana oya campaign my say yemu bi yejimi no o party nti before Ghana no. Baomia ene Kufuor that tena Ghana so 8 years. John Mahama tena Ghana so as president for 3 years 4 months. When you know a project or yeah. And the J Kufuor kwa bruchira Kutuka International Airport no. Kwame Nkrumah mo omusi ye no. Sa Kutuka no de John Mahama aye no o kwa bruchira enya ofe. I pity you. Ghanaians pity you. Ghanaians pity you because You are deliberately deciding to do what? To just mislead the young people behind you. I am not angry. I'm not going to insult you. I'm not your age, but I pity you. And so many Ghanaians pity you as I speak. Because we are talking about project I will start here. Yamfan say NDC for the Omo Jimmy. Now party ni ba ye ne. But we betena so for 8 years, no. The pragmatism and experience, no. Oni Kufuor betena so 8 years. Every 4 years, be obeka chere say tomorrow, no. Those your projects, no. Sa ba we no. Were they able to complete it? You are just an embarrassment. Say, you have lowered everything. Initially, now man for become was man no so man no. On say the chains are off. It is in summer a free one no. The hypocrisy that goes with what you say. It is not up to us to judge you. But the free one no bano and then the be hu mobo and as you say we have lived an exemplary life. Technically, from your own words, no, you are showing us to say you don't care about the future of Ghana. You only care about the MPP. So that is what will make you happy. And that makes you a bad citizen. With all due respect, say. And I am say, as young as I am, and the TV so, and I make catch say, I pity you. And not just me. So many people out there are using bigger words than what I am using here. But I am being very charitable and respectful. And anytime I say, oh, I pity you, and thousands of young people pity you for these things you have said. Are you not ashamed? How do you feel now sitting alone and thinking through what you said? Are you happy about it? Your grandson took almost $700 million from us. No job done. I can show you your grandson's picture in the name of a company that you and the Kufuor Dems set up to take our money. Your grandson. Yes. I pity you. I pity you because you don't care about anybody. I pity you because you think we are all stupid and that you have enjoyed from our sweat. Every pensioner obewu Ghana no moja ni bi go utiri so every so omo dwuma oma ye sweat oma sweaty anka wo de wa no kra keketumu a anka bia dodo ni wu. So you see, you have become a problem on yourself. I am not going to be in that banter with people who allow their ego and their tribe to carry them. I'm a journalist. I understand the professional ethics of my job. I'm not going to make this NDC MPP. I'm going to make this about you, what you represent, and the embarrassment you have brought on yourself. I pity you. And every single Ghanaian, about majority of Ghanaians, pity you. Your grandson, this boy, I can show you. Sometimes we don't want to do this, but some of the things you people do, the deliberate destruction you people cause us. When you dawa mo say Ghana, I mean, sure, this is your grandson, this is your son, this is your grandson. He took a contract over 700 million and he didn't execute the contract. This is your grandson. And all these things are in the system. You know it. This is your grandson. This is Kufuor's grandson with the green. See, I pity you. I feel shy. I feel ashamed. This is Kufuor's grandson, the one with the green on his head. There are so many things we refuse to talk about it because we feel, say, at least we don't want to hurt you in your position where you are. $300 million worth of contract. This boy could not execute it. The money is with them. Ask him. Ask your grandson. And you, for you to at least have pity on the people. Say, ubenya sebyo, you know, ubenya you still look into our face and say, Bawumiana through or no, and then a byway, and a part, you know, a month for ewu Ghana sen yen santam to me ma baomia. Energy Stratcom company na say me catch them no energy deal, $300 million. This guy did not execute it. Stratcom company, yes. Recently, bought Stratcom Nichiremo, and then the tour, almost dine with UK, Kufuor dine back with 3.5 million pounds. Kufuor knows. You people don't, Mamu, yes, sir. But I feel pity. I'm not even pissed with you. So after this, then what? That's the question you need to be asking yourself. After this, Kufuor, and what? This is not about Obi Duatem, Obi Mu, Obi Mpewasem. Me say after this, Kufuor, then what? After this, then what? So you want to tell me, say, for the past 8 years, you have not seen anything happening in Ghana? Election 2020, a bonipan what you two. Now to Ghana ha. I'm not angry with you, say. I have pity. You know, I pity you. I'm not angry. Why should I be angry? Why should I insult you? It's not what you're worth. It is not the sikadanya with team. It is not the pebi omo. It is about you. I see through you. So many people see through you, and it makes people feel pity. And we pity you. Now what? Okay. So now what? Okay, can't say we know. And all the things for the past 8 years, AC. I would decide this on can 172 can we and now what? What is next? This is what Kufuor said. Or say, HIPIC was no fault of mine. I inherited an economy in shambles. Makacha said, the typical MPP never takes responsibility. On say, at this point, so we see Kufuor interview now. At a point, or say, even redenomination and then an idea. Name na the former Bank of Ghana boss Paul Aqua and this idea in the buyer. He has never, and he will never, and that is how this party has been built. Or say HIPIC and the fault. Since we see so what about we follow politics. Have you ever heard the NPP accept or take responsibility for anything? No. Kufuor at 86 years, he is still blaming who? Somebody for his own leadership crisis. Redenomination, HIPIC, or say HIPIC, enya or no, any blame no, or by and now minus saying. That is the leadership. These are the anytime I say what we thought Kufuor represented was all a mirage. It was a lie. It was something we could not feel. We were made to believe. But today, Kufuor himself, from his utterances, and as who Ghana for pa in Penifua, Omonini Chen Kakra, our Moniko si Sua, almost film, and you say they don't know what to say. Oma Ferry, and they feel pity for you. Yeah. And that is all that we can say. They feel pity. Everybody feels pity for you. Are you a kid? Oya Kora. Who is Bawumia? What are his records? What are his track records? Bawumia's record, at the we all can see, we can read. The situation we are in today, the economy, we can see where the dollar is. You presented Bawumia to us in 2014-15 that he's economic wizard. He worked with you. He was the one who changed your economy. It's been 8 years. You are still telling us, I said, Bawumia picking the dollar from 3.8. Ebabe do 17. No? Still, all the Bawumia Maya. That means whom we are. Do you expect us to respect you? We will respect you, but we will have pity on you. We will respect you, but we will have pity on you. And that is how every Ghanaian feels today. Because, you see, so a Ghana Nina with all due respect, audience will be sorry, anopa, obi a permanent bank, obi a the bank, nisika waka banking a restructuring program or whatever, obi a sebio yabon the batu, obi a oteswamia ne jumegu. Obi a sebio okodwa ni sikashi obi a no kwakwan so kofa car obi a ende Ghana ni ababawa mbebunu a o share the boss obema de dwuma 8 years ogin se asem wo ya wo kan ye no ebetena ho ma samrantie ya sebio ye nyina enim so madwene wo fomi o tena ho na wo kan no Nante ye papa Kufuor opese sesa Ghana for sa Ghana ni na adwene na ontoma Bawumia. A simple question. O hwe de Ghana for afem. Ahokyira nkofo wom. Amanfo dwetira egu. Amanfo bra omobre. Dollar bebi edu. Yemfa nipa adwuma. Yebu nipa nimtia. Yeku ni Ghana for ende ekura yetim. Adwuma bia ni ho. Galamsey anda Kufuor de ne Bawumia. Enti ya papa Kufuor oka asa asemu nanka obi tene dem wasori enya edian vim se me wa santimemu ma me nkotoma Bawumia. No. Sa nipa no behu ehu mobo aka se we de penyini kameka semi so menka eno nko basically is the pain people are exiting. Say in some oka yi so be sorry no aka say Kufuor ye penyini ntimenka technically nipa no we di watam edi hu ya wona kumem. And that is what I'm trying to let you understand. And those people who are trying to turn this into a political fight, Obinka, Obi NDC, Ondi Kufuor, Kufuor has actually insulted himself. It is not up to us to insult Kufuor. You are shallow-minded. And yes, because you're so control, as long as we do Kufuor has basically insulted himself. We don't need to do that. And yeah, no. It is us to judge Kufuor's statement, whether he has insulted himself or not. So, I will not advise any young man to sit on TV or radio and insult Kufuor. Kufuor basically insulted himself from his own statement. And in make Ghana for say, Kufuor hu mobo. And I know there are millions of people out there who pity Kufuor. Because today Kufuor represents nothing. He represents only his party. That is how we see it. Do you think, Kufuor, if Atamils was alive, do you think you can compare this your statement and your life you've lived with Atamils? No. At a point in the life of J.J. Rawlings, or NDC, he felt to say his party was moving a little bit away from the principles of the party that he formed and called it Congress because no person be joining. He spoke against his own party. It shows how honest, how statesmen live. Even though he knew it was going to affect his party, he had to direct his party and say, we are moving away from the principles that made us who we are. That is what leaders do. That is what statesmen do. Do you have the balls? No. That is why I pity you. I pity you because you don't have what it takes to be seen as a statesman. Anybody sitting out there defending this your action and saying you have the right to pick whoever. Yes, you have the right to pick whoever you want to pick. But it is you, Kufuor. It is not a fool who is not known anywhere. It is you, Kufuor. It is you who is a statesman. You have the right to pick. But what are your bases for picking Bawumia? Have you considered Bawumia's track record? What has he done to affect our lives positively? What are the negatives? Today, Bawumia's negatives are more than any president or politicians we've had. The lies, the consistent lies. So, it is not us. And to more try and say, then you have lost it. We are not here to insult Kufuor. Kufuor has insulted himself. We are just feeling pity for Kufuor. That is us. You feel pity, ma Kufuor. We feel pity. We feel pity for Kufuor. Kufuor is. So when people had issues with Kufuor, J.J. Rawlings, I think we were supposed to listen to J.J. Rawlings.
Nkrumah, while he was alive, he had his enemies. His enemies also saw him as an enemy to them. Yeah. Now, what happened? Many years later, one ago, Madam Fathia, Nkrumah, the wife, no. Jana Kufuor, okra nu coffee nu Madam Fathia nu coffee or this shena kotodwem nu motwem no afa handkerchief towel no yes sir oh super ama Madam Fathia na yesu ye nyina na ya dinuchi. Oh, there is Kufuor said, oh, yani papa, oh, Yes, we are fire hanging. Yes, we be. You know, Kufuor, the whole name of fire speed. Now, the tree hole next to Dr. Kwame Nkrumah no grave, no coffin. Nedasu, or the tree grave, no, the Madame Fadia way, sure. From that moment, that national monument that we built to honor that man became a family graveyard. Do you see how his grave was desecrated? Obiang, Mills Mu, John Mu, you have chopped into the man's name. Now what you said, what did fine when Nkrumah. Look at what his enemy pretended, so and so and so and so. Now desecrate his national monument. You get it? Sani Kanyama Muntiasia. Yeah, we were Mamunim, Philip. And you're fair. Minawati, and you're fair. Compound is big. You could have dug 101 holes and put Madame Fatia also there. Build a 3 times the story building monument. You did not have to do that under the same monument under which Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was.
People don't say things about you like this. And lots of people, they said a lot of things about Kufuor, but we were forced not to believe it. Mekai imbrebia, yakwa to aba, yasi imba kunkum imba wuwu. Na JJ Rollins mo kanse Kufuor mu na mu leadi saade en kofa ma boko Togo. Boko Ghana mochisi bi kofa efunu na mabetutu egu Ghana, all to shame the party in government for you to get sympathy. Sanyoma we nyina akoso. And then when you go on the internet, o president na ubedi ye no. O president na Kufuor ubedi ye for 8 years no. You need evidence be on the internet. It should tell you something. That's why I say I pity you, because when we are talking about history of Ghana, you might be missing before, with all due respect, God in his own wisdom, so Obefro. That is the thing. You are missing in our history. Kwame Nkrumah, today, Adebia fan who be young people can learn about Kwame Nkrumah today. JJ Rollins, Adebia fan who be when he led from AFRC all the way to NDC, PNDC, NDC, every video, every evidence is there. And all those people who came to lead Ghana, democratically or undemocratically, whatever, Ebesi Atamils to Mahama, Obia, only you. Obrabe and Pana, oh boy, yeah. O presidency, no, and the yen to me ko internet, Sukranku Hujuma would die. And that is what is playing before you. That's why I say, I pity you. You are basically writing yourself out. You are deleting yourself from Ghana's politics. And your utterances. You are deleting yourself. And dear Obrana boy, when you were president for 8 years, and we cannot even find a single video of you, Ghana at 50. What? You won because of Obrao boy. Because of the intentions I would be power. And because that intentions unyim fi wakumem and with him. And then I am because I feel pity for you. I feel pity. You are still in existence, but you are not relevant. Today, majority of Ghanaians who say you are relevant to a political party and not Ghana. Because when it is Ghana, you don't care. And to me, and I pray to God I get to your age. That's why I'm not going to insult you, but I feel pity for you. The former board chair of GIPC, he made a statement about your governance.
The Economic Recovery Program and its associated structure adjustment program succeeded in delivering growth, but failed to deliver development. Indeed, they left in their tracks many dead companies, massive unemployment, and widespread poverty. To respond to this devastation, the program of action to mitigate the social cost of adjustment, the Economic Recovery Program and its associated structural adjustment program succeeded in delivering growth, but failed to deliver development. Indeed, they left in their tracks many dead companies, massive unemployment, and widespread poverty. To respond to this devastation, the program of action to mitigate the social cost of adjustment, PABSCAD, was launched. I'm sure you will remember PABSCAD very well. Though well-intentioned, PABSCAD was not adequate and indeed not intended to repair the damage. And in September 2005, Ghana declared itself a hippie country, a highly indebted and poor country. And with it, it came debt forgiveness and again larger flows of ODA funds. But the hippie flows were not for structural transformation of the economy. They were basically for poverty alleviation. That is why we had many toilets branded hippie benefits all over the country. While South Korea took aid money to build highways, we took aid money to build toilets and proudly advertised them.
Former UG, University of Ghana chairman and GIPC board chair. I say, J.A. Kufuor, what we call economic recovery program now, and your friends say HIPIC, IMF, I don't know. You delivered growth. You never delivered development. And development in your eyes is building toilets. The same IMF, HIPIC now call, you know, South Korea, any Asia, they were building bigger facilities, hospitals, schools, factories. You went there, you got the money, that recovery money, the funds, you know, you used that fund in building toilets. You see, that's what I'm saying. You are deleting yourself from Ghana's politics. Now, what are you known for? Toilets. That is why you don't even care about anything. You are insisting we should make Bawumia president. Why? The question is why? Don't we know who Bawumia is? Are you not the same person who gave us Bawumia in 2014? Are you not the same person who came back in 2020 to give us Bawumia? Why are you giving us the same thing you know has failed? Can you tell us the positives of Bawumia? No. And when you compare Bawumia to even the past presidents, can Bawumia tell us he has been able to deliver one thing? No. So what will make you come and sit on TV and tell us, the young ones, and say, we should vote for Bawumia? Oh, asana de ya womuna. Meti eni say, there are people who revered Kufuor, and somebody like Alan Kojo Chiramantin, hardly do you hear him speak out of pain. Hardly do you hear him make some statements. He's one person who is very reserved when it comes to speaking in public as a politician. Sometimes you could see Sir Alan Kojo Chiramantin Buofu, but for some reason, he's always very careful the kind of words and language to use at a particular time. But you see, the deliberate attempt to make everybody who revered and respected you, when it dawa opese ugu obi enima ase, ahoya ene de pesemin kumunyanti. Eni time make Mr. Kufuor, ohun ya me mobo, Ghana for ohun ya Ghana for mobo. Enti dia o kind then what? Na yenye den, ye nyina sorry boom. Ewa santimemu, ni ankoto ababa Bawumia. Somebody like Alan Kojo Chiramantin, when you see Alan Kojo Chiramantin come out to react to a statement from Kufuor, sometimes you ask yourself, say, this is Alan. We know Alan Chiramantin. He will never, it does not matter what Kufuor would do. And we know over the years, Alan Chiramantin has endured a lot from Kufuor. But out of respect, he has always come out to smile to the cameras, to make it look like, say, you know something, maturity, family is more important. But continuously, because of Bawumia, we're failing in everything, and because Kufuor, your selfish interests. Because you majority, you don't see us to be worth Nothing. You just want to discredit and destroy everything. Alangoye Chamantin has spoken, and this is the first time I'm seeing this gentleman react to Kufuor, because it's gotten to the point in Penifobia or Ghana, they are looking at the betterment of the nation. Eyomuya say, Kufuor at your age, and what they know, and the things you've been through to get to this point, still does not care about the betterment of this nation. They see you to be a problem to our democracy than a problem solver. And it's like I say, in 2024, Ghana for pity Kufuor, so many Ghanaians pity Kufuor. They pity Kufuor because they are not angry at Kufuor. They pity the soul of Kufuor. Kufuor who yom mobo. Send your Kufuor to meet bien and no. Sebio edited Tariba Umiato. I bet to say the name the free ba Umiamuba. That's why I am not angry, and I'm not going to sit here and insult Kufuor. I'm age mate no. But I feel pity for you. And thousands and millions of Ghanaians, they feel pity for you, Kufuor.
You see, akoko to kusia woni pem bedwem. President Kufuor oye penyin me pese me ka na me fa ni se me for crowd no prekope. Me pese me ka bibi in public netian, but the way obohu se ehun susaso no sebi it has created a big blot on his political career. One say them Kufuor ekikan se mom ka genzi no. Why me pa you dey tell me
blot on his political career.
Na dey Kufuor eke wonte.
Me too.
E wo hwa nipa did attempt sabi obi a wanya distinguished career in politics obi a respect you. Then afei wo de wo akɔgye nsɛm ma afei obi atime enka bibia ntia no, but the make can say me de me wo fa no the oye no enye ezojai, because ade a wo ye na enye no wo ye panyin na wo ye no bi catch us over ade a wo ye nya ese wo jai efiseti o wo ye che
he feels so oshowo yina oshowo kan ho a but me na the right he's been there before
che paka men sabi men force me Sevilla, me ka
I'm just looking at the relationship.
Me the American Chinese now. One nim jeje o kasa ansem. Me say President Kufuor, me to me explain say President Kufuor say Baumia anama hama. Onim ye nyina na me ba. No, na any even worse cry. Even worse still President Kufuor say Baumia. Oh, se ko ka se bia o ye panyin. Oh, ba ekopre ayi agonya. Adwuma and I'm a pen. But the moment you make a judgment, it's the best, it's better than everybody. Sabi, tell me, say, you are and yet, say, on the mention, if he said, he knows to say, it is not true.
Oh, he knows.
I am telling you, say, I am saying, that's what ye. Me say me what was on Tiakra, Kufuor country no. Kufuor country say President Kufuor say no Baumia wonim da ben Kufuor ni free wonim Baumia edwa ben na Baumia ya it work say he's the best person for you. I'm challenging President Kufuor. Say what edwa pen na tie say I na me say on na Kufuor no ba. Anamebwa. Dear edwa na Baumia, na Baumia before. Also wo judge obi tie. Yeah, nipa miensa. Me fancy 3 top career. Ana odi ato yiso. Insenieni. So what I say? Dear Joanna Baumia ye before. Also Kufuor by. We so ko read the paper bi wo baby. Ana. Enuna ye gina so. E di beka say nipa no the president. Fast forward. Wa ba bemu. Me my minister. Yeah. Under your government. So what I say? Answer na me ba be minister no kra no bono. Onu ankasa nim my worth. So what I say? President Kufuor answer me be minister. Say na o peso gina supie so kase onim Alan worth and onim adwuma ma ya. So what I say? Eso no ara me me ka wo hwe.
You wish you had endorsed because of commitment
like onu atimi kase owo abam 70% or even more of the policy in Ifrialan. I just may contest against Kufuor near here. Woman who say, and I'm saying my team back to my winning election up there. Anna and 24. Eddie Dantua Brenny say, Woman Slemy. With it, Mengaina and 24. Or more did Dantua a bread. Appear make our young baby go. What show in the book said the only person who could have beaten Kufuor was Alan Chemati. Look, appear we go at that time, no support. Yeah. Everyone. Yeah. Said the only person at that time, 96 ago, said you may be Jahan Cassette, Cabaneno, a bit now, but the American is 96 no crime at that time. Not me, can be the candidate for the young executive forum. But before I did and do a brand. She was in Jamon, or no better, no, I beg now because that one about your favor.
This is the reality on the ground. And then people say, Mr. Kufuor say, and now what? Into the okay, no. Na yeso obi wa santimem na ope Alan asem na ope so tuma Alan on tuma Alan. That's what I'm asking. Then what? Na obi a wa santimem ope mputu a ope se ohu bibi o nani so na eboa no e ona brabo mu no. De wo kan yenti na sa nipa na ejai so obeto amaba omi a. These are things you need to ask yourself before you make such vague statements. Anytime people say, then what? Enti de biem. Enti de wo kan yenti hardship agana for komu ni nyina na yenjai ye remfi na yenya den na yenyina ma den yemba entoma baomia. That is what you are trying to tell us. Pensioner for wo mu DDEP ba so we should forget all ni yankotoma baomia. Eya galam say isuo mo party for mo ya galam say chairman wuntumi Kate Jemfua eya Lord Kome Kojo Ponkroma Samia Wuku eya party mu for Professor Frimpong Boatia Sebio. With all due respect, when we talk about people with credibility, education-wise and career, or you're better than you, Kufuor, or no crampo actual report, Mama Rabishano, you forget it, Sadi Nina. Is that what you are implying? Dollar was 17 getting to 20. Ghana ni nipa na oteswame a odi dwana and the ultimate kodwaswa ni sika ashino. Omani renfi no sanko to baba omia. Then it means you don't care about anybody. Then it means you are being selfish. And it's not because I wouldn't sit here and insult you. I will sit here and feel pity for you. You have destroyed yourself. You have destroyed everything you have built. Me a call. Me ndi watem da. But wano asem ene be yuka. And everybody now sees where you stand. Nobody in Ghana today will rely on Kufuor for anything. Because now we know that se Ghana be bo now party ni be nyankwa. You prefer say party ni be nyankwa chance se Ghana be bo. So from today, the young people of Ghana, that respect that you carried, you have split it. You have shredded it into pieces. Anytime I got your mona, I'm going to say, hey, you do good. And I'm going to say, you say, a brand tobacco can't send me, and you see the Indian will be me say. At the end of the day, Kevin Taylor, it is one. Kevin Taylor, Sebio, or your phone, no more time. So Kevin Taylor or bicycle. Sebio, Bulgaria, and your friend, Sebio, to me, can't Bulgaria, said in your friend, oh man, the plain it. It is Sebio. There, what is true is true. You cannot change it. And with all due respect, Sebio ni Freddy ni fra non pese obi abewusi ni fra obesha dem. But ojitum se ni fra opia okutedua em obi ehu se Sebio se oso boa na oboa no. And intina wajiatum so ni freni. It is not about how you people feel. It is not about the sentiments. How some people think say they need to speak for people to think say they are intelligent. It is about the credibility. J.A. Kufuor has blown everything apart. And I can tell you on this platform, I pity Kufuor more than anything else. And thousands of Ghanaians pity Kufuor more than anything else. After this short break, I'll continue the show. You'll take care of business. You're still watching with all due respect, extended version. Digim.
Hello and thank you, my good friends, my brothers and sisters, and the youth of Ghana. I'm John Dramani Mahama, presidential candidate of the National Democratic Congress. As we prepare for the 7th December elections, I'm here to remind you that we'll be voting for the presidential and parliamentary elections on the same day. You vote for your president and your member of parliament on the same day. When you get to the polling station, you'll be given 2 ballot papers, one after the other. When you collect your ballot paper, look for the umbrella which is next to my photograph, and then thumbprint next to it horizontally, not vertically, horizontally. And so put your thumbprint on it horizontally. And after you have done that, take the tissue or the rag that will be provided and clean your hands dry before you pick up the ballot paper. And when you pick up the ballot paper, fold it lengthwise. That's vertically. Don't fold it horizontally. Fold it vertically. And when you have folded it, you can fold it once again. And then you go to the presidential ballot box. And then you drop your ballot in. Again, you'll be giving another ballot paper, this time for the parliamentary. Again, just look for the umbrella symbol. It will be next to the symbol of your parliamentary candidate. And so just look for the umbrella symbol. And then again, like I said, put your thumb on the ink and thumbprint it horizontally, not vertically, horizontally. You thumbprint it horizontally. And when you finish, put the ballot paper down again, clean your thumb thoroughly and make sure it is dry. And then when you finish, fold it lengthwise, like I did the first one, fold it lengthwise, and then you can fold it again. And go and this time put it in the parliamentary ballot box. Vote for John Mahama and vote for your parliamentary candidates for well-paying jobs in the 24-hour economy. And let us all build the Ghana we want together.
You are still live on Loud Silence TV. My name is Kevin Akobedu Taylor. All right, let's start the second segment of the show. It's exactly 6:47 p.m. US East Coast time. It's definitely 11:47 in Ghana. We have so many people watching us across the world. We have 5,557 eyeballs live on YouTube, on Facebook, radio, and on TV. We control the airwaves because of the facts that we carry on this platform. Now, we need to clear this jandam quick. Jandam bi system ni mo I was say cleaning up and sana nipebi afa ho e de adada Ghana for, and it's got to do with a year asema efa a year. Yes, say flower pot fly over ewo Ghana. Ochina motorway fly over no. Yes, flower pot and your friend no. Aye ochina nanado dankwa Kufuor say or kako commission why fly over on the bay ye MPP ne start ye. You see, Obian Tina Ghana Hanka say governance is not continuation. But it is always important to credit efforts. Because ebedru so Obian credit to wa, then you sit back and say ejuma mi ye nyina no, aden obi mpo credit me. So nobody is saying say there's nothing like continuation in governance. Actually, we Jimmy now wanted to say. But when you contribute your quota, when you birth an idea, when you genuinely go secure money, and now called Jessica, what the idea be ba, ebe wo idea no called Jessica be to ho, say what the be ye jume be nani pe bi ba, na or the sasi can be di jumana. I was saying the pandya jumani we or catch that was say mum ampa. Munyansa sebio odwene ye esi po. Say what the bear side way I beto ya matoasono. Nyame enshraw ebi te say utifie na wo papa isi dan na sebio waba na edan no esi wo na waba na wabetoaso. Sebio wo papa senke wenya sa adwene po no anto asase na anka sa dan no kran unya bebi mpo a obeba bi abetoaso. Se onya adwene po eto asase first eto foundation ekodu level bi a wentumi nwie a wo betoaso no. Every single day, oh sorry, I was so down papa say. If you say asase ne kura mpo na papa gye to wo ba no we secure wo future kakra mama ende when baby do tiato every say ende no obetuma kuta wiase sika nyina ebi asase na opa ya ade pot wo so no na asase ni ho enti eba flower pot sa project here say ochina na Nana Danko Kufuor ekotwa no no o se Ghana 40 ase se John Mahama ne NDC ene so daye ekobo hu pa agi hu sika ede beto ho start ye ansa na Kufuor ebe den ebe abewie. It is always important for people to credit people who contribute their quota to a project. And until time Kufuor ba power na John Mahama ne NDC esi Pokuase interchange almost 90% ewie Kufuor ka say oh omo ba e no be stretch ne kakra no Kufuor commission de Pokuase wambo Mahama di no ho na ma Ghana for do no hu se Kufuor we jimi every say Kufuor was and the wo ye project unwie ya chia ne chi aban bi so beba na saa aban ne ba na owie na wambo udin ebe wo ya na enye wo ya ana ebe we chidifo ya na se nyomo ya eni na ehia se obeto bibi as oman ana president na sebio obi a start na wie e wo sa wo ye den utumi eto nsafre no ebi na Professor Evans Atamils eyeye America for the sikabre ye se yemfanye N1 sa ata na Kufuor de teso Atamils betena so no owie sa project no obetwa no no e na ofre Kufuor se bra na wote so no e na den America for ka so mo be ye we me ba ye no make sure se me wie sa na onyansani dwene na on se MPP we ene omochi difo no dodo na jimi dodo no ye moa dodo no dwinse Ghana for ye nim nyansa enti aye no ma adwene yom se ye nyina ye jimi te se chema wontumi ni abronya DC. And that is the problem with this NPP. Omugin said that 1993 omugin said 1994 information was say eko bebia ma obia hu de ekoso Ghana no omadwene yom say they are still in control of misinformation. In this West Study MPP now, they still believe say ombetime twatro afom hu adi ama sebio omakoda Ghana for edi omabefa problem omafemu abeduru nne eno na edi abeduru ha ama atro edi hene ema Ghana say it is all because of atro lies. Entra MPP for we ye de chechire obo party jimia na etare chire omo nka nokre ena de abeduru ha ende yes sorry yes ochina Kufuor kotwa ahumem we see overhead bi Nana Danko Kufuor time John Mahama any NDC for ekobo eye flyover we hu sika ekogi hu sika eso hu daye baby a ewo se efa baby a wo se etenefa baby a ewo se ewura ema sebio Accra enya edien sa eye ekwan bebria traffic embom pace no na Nana Danko Kufuor at UK enum cocaine sa time na Kufuor num cocaine. Nana Danko Kufuor had no knowledge how this project started. Time Nana Danko Kufuor at UK enum cocaine no na obo hard drug no na Mahama and NDC for dwene send your mubenye sika e de aye edien eye fly over na yesi ochina Kufuor ebetwa homem. Now Mahama cut sword for construction of Accra Tema motorway flyover. Date show the 3rd of November 2016. President John Mahama has cut sword for the construction of a flyover across Accra Tema. The story is simple. Mahama de ko siki o sikano sa won sankan sika untumi cut sword. Inti sa project we no John Dramani Mahama nyame afa ne so a onim nyansa na adwirmu abie na adwirmu do a otumi expand Tema habo otumi eye UGMC otumi eye Pokuase otumi ye eye circle otumi ye eye kaswa otumi twimu koduru katokraba etumi koduru Kumasi koye kejetia eye afare eye sewia SCCC regional hospitals and district hospitals chim compounds. John Mahama oye commander sugar factory onyame man nyansa ekoji sika ema ne beye sade na Nana Danko Kufuor onom hard drugs e onima. Yes wedwa we Jimmy dear, nanka mejai o bodam. So if I was considerate with Kufuor, I should be considerate with the Kufuor o bodam. Now, these are the facts. 2016, John Mahama no secure sika for a flyover, a flower pot project. No, John Mahama draw plan, blueprint no John Mahama NDC. The same way to say a Ghana card. company a John Mahama ne NDC for kofa omo baye se omo baye Ghana card into a digital card no. The same company na ende menoti hey omo print Ghana card. MPP we omo ejimi. Omo ni munyansa. We study omo di MPP chia, you could see how they think. They are very shallow-minded and stupid because they don't always think about the general good of the people. It is only about their tribe and their stupid political party. That is why we are here today. Now, my mention of video evidence to prove to Ghana for say Ochina, the Kufuor hono. It was secured. The brain was John Mahama, and the Kufuor just came to just do finish what John Mahama started. Without John Mahama ni NDC for dreaming about this flyover and that's a flower pot project we anka embe muda because yeni munkwasi afo we omo ankasa stronghold the Ashanti region omo ntimpo NC kuraba ho. So we know these people, they cannot genuinely think from scratch. Omo ni adwene a yede dwene echichiri bibi. They don't. They are always quick to claim people's fame. Now my memo evidence, this is John Dramani Mahama, and listen to his speech. This is when he was president of the Republic of Ghana. Give me Mahama. Give me Mahama. Besides, no, give me. I need the first one before the second one. Yes, I have it. Give me Mahama.
Many other projects are ongoing, such as the Temamoto Way Runabout Decongestion Project, a new bridge from Flower Pot Runabout on the Spintex Road over the Accra Temamoto Way into East Legon. The others ready to commence with financing arranged, such as the Obichebi-Lamte interchange, the Pokwase interchange, and the motorway expansion project, amongst others. Other projects are ongoing, such as the Temamoto Way Runabout Decongestion Project, a new bridge from Flower Pot Runabout on the Spintex Road over the Accra Temamoto Way into East Legon. The others ready to commence with financing arranged, such as the Obichebi-Lamte interchange, the Pokwase interchange, and the motorway expansion project, amongst others.
This was John Mahama when he was president, state of the nation. Catch a Ghana for. I just gave you a drop plan. We are going to build it. The MPP, they have no idea. None of them a time what the Ochinamo Babe. The project has not even completed. It is about 40% done. And no more painty portion B. And no more painty side no more. And that small bear 1 mile, no, half a mile, no. Omo ako painty was say ye ba be commission because omo gin say Ghana for Jimmy. Onwa aseme ya pawo. Sa fly over ya omu complete omu nya wiye. Ukwe chirewa yemfa asombo form. Na nando dankwa ne MPP for we akopenti edim ho kakra bi omo de entuma abese ho eti sese ne okoye ne start no takrade no. Omo be enim ha de entuma green abese se ho ye green. Normal bo tent. Na omo de camera abase ye bie fly over. Ukopie fly over ne toa ye nya adwuma bia ho. That is how stupid these people are. They have deceived everybody. Now, John Mahama in 2020 explained to us this particular project. The year before leaving office. This is John Mahama.
Over the motorway. And I'm sure I'm calculating how much it will cost to build a bridge over the motorway. At the time, if I remember well, it was going to cost us about 63 million Ghana cedis or 60 something million Ghana cedis. And I'm so, and they ever say 23 million aye under bridge no. The bridge over the motorway to make more sense and it will solve the traffic problem. Until we awarded the contract, we gave the contractor a little advance to start. I'm the Bank of Ghana and Poboaye Kakra, and he started working. And Sani Efia Baimu. If we had continued, I mean, it's 5 years now, if that bridge was there, it would have solved that problem on the Spintex Road and the bridge at the other. But Omubayo Muhu and the bridge, they decided to do it. And so they went and did on the bridge. I think that they should rather have used the resources to continue the bridge over the motorway. It would have solved the problem much better. That was the plan.
You handling over notes.
They know, what Ministry of Roads, they know. We started the bridge. Under bridge, under bridge. But Omba designed for under bridge. Not Sonitra, there was some way. So they went and got Sonitra and said, do the under bridge. But I think that they should have used the resources to push the contractor to continue the bridge over the motorway. Now say Namehu say almost started boom. And so the contractor seems to have come back to site. But he's been off site for.
You see, it's a project just 40% done. Me say omo fast akwan so. Don't say right now there's so much traffic congestion there because the project is not done. John Mohammed has started project, the plan is there. And tomorrow they will just come and put carpet away anymore. Now I'm going to pictures. Now when you see TV, so I can say Kufuor has constructed route. Me say why we need my crano. Ko a project nechi. Yemfa asompumbo. They are lying to you people because omunim say Ghana for near do near Jimmy, and it hurts. You know why it hurts? Mama sure idea yawa asem we mu. The man some way aya rehorene say. The reason why asma be kaya misre say. The man this flower pot issue when you sa fly over we aya yapa ni say. On say MPP atena so for 8 years. Almost less than 20 days. Kufuor betena so for 8 years. That is 16 years. Kufuor Kufuor. When we say the NPP, almost sheda any serious project be Emma Santifo. Bawumia is in Ashanti region. Napo is in the Ashanti region. Majority of Nkwasiafo Maka Ashanti region. But you see, another project on the internet is in Accra. See, we are Centennial TM Anadri. On say and there, uko social media, uko TV so. Omato airtime. Kufuor air could be a project to Accra. Sa flower pot we ebeto swami. Sa idea we out now say ya 40% omuko twa asomuno se sekan mu say ahomemu no. Sa flower pot project we ebeto swami. Kufuor share swami for bo wanye. Sa flower pot project we ebeto eye so many project to Ashanti region ayemfa yen sankan. But how excited they are. Also, Omonia just say, Omo bank crying. Betwa humem aka kire wiase say, Omo chechere Ghana. Also, asantimem na ba omia wo ha anadwi no. Asantimem no, mo so ameno for 8 years. Kotre, Omo fa bi nsiwo. You see, Omo mo asantifo ni bi se mo agimi. Erade. Che. I no bi se me tan asantifo. More Santifoni be more Jimmy and MPP treat Musa. Because an instant MPP crack tries to best idea win. It's one of the most disgraceful thing to do. As Santifo are still yearning for one developmental project able to master on my brabo. You see the energy omudia fast 40% project we hu. Enyo omumpo ene ye yo. Enyo omumko sikio sikadi be ye yo. But omo catch a gun and you say mom ran crying. Mom measure the air and one crying. It is our project we and this swamino, then started. Sa project we and this swamino, Diane we hear MPP. I was say here MPP. MPP say a kotoaba. Asantifo nyina njai di omo ye no metoma MPP. MPP jiran crying. Less than 20 days to elections or commission a flyover for 16 years. Udru Asafo from Asafo market. All the way to a year of top war FA life for Kufuor so abe interchange. Asafo market, Asafo runabout. Over a kakra ko piesro ha ufri ofori kromo ba. Sa small hill ne down and then Kufuor so abe interchange ma Santifo. And obe say railway lines no. Kufuor be say railway lines na etumi trains fam no or say oh yeah overpass. I can less than 20 days me akotoaba. Kufuor age na oka kira Santifo se mon kotoaba boom ema MPP. Oten crying. When see hospital ba ko asantimemu. Enti na Kufuor okọ retirement ota kra. If say yare bona yade be ko UGMC. Yare bo tunfo a so we nya plane and ko UK tunfo be wu. And so Kufuor to catch mo Santifo se mumpie na mkoto aba boom se jimifo adentira wo ye MPP ni otena mu be hu mo TV so omu nyina be botai oma ebo mu nsem na mo da hu gu asantimemu na soame omu mfo omu nsankae yete asantimemu na sewia pro na de afari pro na e-block se sisi wo omu complete ye indwuma boankra omu mfo omu nsankae Kufuor beka kira mo say eye prempede ndien international airport Trot crime free Germany Messi ho. Omu bumu asantifo ni bi se mu ejimi. And they be a me catch me chroma asantifo I na bi mu se me di mu atem da bi o. The way mama MPP hu no and intina ma Kufuor mu TV so kasa asem na kire mu. Mo nkwa abontene nkwato ama MPP. Die na wo gina so ato ama MPP. E die na wo gina so MPP abetena ba mu 8 years we tuma complete swame. Abasan na modi ama MPP for the past 8 years. And no na also wotena se na busa ho. Se na nkofo hu se me ya aboa na project dudu ma ye won kran omuda ho ten kran air commission project 8 years omuntumi mbakrom Baomia di eye Kumasi almost 3 weeks. Baomia has been in Kumasi for 16 days. Kumasi air Baomia MPP for stronghold. Anameboa Ashanti region a MPP stronghold. Say MPP Ashanti region MPP stronghold. Why is NPP spending too much time in the Ashanti region? If we say Asante no do na adwene ebie, Asante do no hu say omunya nkwasiafo biem. Asante do no ehu say it is not about tribe, it is about development. And intina Baomia ne napo nyina wo Ashanti region. Na other regions some ka omanya Ghana for. O stronghold there, why are you not comfortable? They are scared. Omo hu say Asante ne niti into omo tena ho twantro more. That is why they are stuck there. Omo nanti no mo hwe asantefo no questions no mo busa omo no omo say asantefo no hu enya nkwasiafo biem enti esi an yengina asante ne ntwantro eni tira omo jai all the regions are for 16 days ba omi ada ho Ashanti region busa hu say adentra every say asantini ba onim nyansa onto my MPP this time ko onya boa eni ja make kire MPP for say sa Ashanti region ayo stronghold na sa who believe say omo geopolitics di na ejuma wa ye na wa ye ejuma ma omo a wo ye den ho go to where it's not your stronghold and make the numbers but omo ntimi nko because omo nim say Ashanti region ankasa no Asante fo no dodo ne ni te sia no jandam ni ntimi nwuram radio no ntimi ntwantro platform saba air contest omo with fact inti enitina ba omi aka Asante memu the omo no Asante memu a ohun no TV so nyina enye real. They have about 20-30 cars air people from constituency to constituency. Mameka Bincho Oba Ghana region constituency no etar ho pa Ashanti region. Yeah. Obuasi West and Obuasi East constituency. Etise wugina Accra Sports Stadium. Now we pie akwa gina baby Independence Square. Yeah. That is how close Ashanti region the constituencies are. It's what they do and they say Omutuminya ebia 40 buses 207. Now almost swam from constituency to constituency. They know the real number is not there. And it's about Omiada Nwa Ashanti region. Because so we share a year the oye nyina on to me free Ashanti region. Because on him say sa atrono is not sticking. Asante fo ni ate. Sebi onya Asante fo nkwasiafo di bia unya obia so ekwasia wo. Enya Asante bia na ekwasia. And it's from 2018 me catch Ghana for 2020 elections will be decided in the Ashanti region. Asante fo nyansa fo be twama NDC and they will prove to the world so munya mwa. And it is going to happen. Mafa omuso omejimi ochina mokwa ko gina social media. Mini anoma Asante fo so ochina omko commission project we no mabuso omo say mawie. Mu wie a ye ne enkoto nkwase abamam na montena nkran commission projects. I am from Kanchiro say honorable my commission awie my party bibi awie ye ne entena mfuturo nim na ye de ye dane mmoa na egu Asante memu moten kran commission overpass mo commission airport ye de ye entena mfuturo nim na mon kanche say ye de asum sikedwa ye nwan enti ye nto aba ma mo na mon kotena nkran commission aka 10 days ni ato aba oten kran air commission interchange so overpass so fly over oti Asante memu o hospital a regional hospital 8 years we mbiama o mu so yakwasia o hu so yakwasia yeah the ecoso Ghana no the rate at which MPP for bu Asante for the biso majimi no and that is the reason why we do what we are doing no we want to see a change in the thinking of every Ghanaian when it comes to politics. That is why we do what we're doing. Into Ghana for Tiasie. So Asantini Ochina Busango say and I'm not here a Kufuor asa say John Mahama ye project bia oba be wie e twa no won kran na ye ne tia santimem he ne ye ne nye monkey the job no na sebio ebi mu ndidi ho enti sebio se sia na MPP for afa asanteman se monkey the job asanteman na ye nkwase job no so monkey the job every day because MPP they will say sa asante anya hwe kura monkey go give vote enti omutrim no NPP hu asanteman se monkey the job omko other regions say greater Accra the other regions are na omo se den monkey the job baboon the chop. And right now, that's how the MPP see you guys. On some go, almost 10 Ghana, 50 Ghana, 15 Ghana. Monkey the job, a Juma no demo yeno. Omo demo ye monkey the job. They be 4 years, some mama yemo kwasi Juma. Omo wiana baboon se di. And that is what is happening. When we say Gabi, Bedie to Oforiata, Bamti. When we say Kufuor the Bush for obi di ba obi echa bank Kumasi. No. Omo hu samu ye nkurase for. When we say Gabi Mwedi Abegina stage Kumasi Esa Sisifia, Omu they don't regard you people. They see you people say monkey the job a Juma na moye t-shirt gele emo imprekonam. Omu say monkey the job a Juma weja. Na me go kan kire wan. Me say asema me kan me go kan kire wan. And this for him say Volta region is their stronghold. They have given them the policies, and the Volta region people are ready to vote for them to see that policy come through. And the NDC is not spending time in the Volta region. They believe that the people have understood their message. They are going to vote for change. That's why they are galvanizing other regions to understand their policies. And then our stronghold, a war for 16 days. Because monkey the job, a Juma no dia sante for ye. Omo de womo ye mfu ye Juma. Because election time do one money didn't quasi a human maye, a monkey for ben a human maye, a sante for. I am telling you, meant to sabi, weja. Boy, we pa. Monkey the job, no more demo yano, he. On my mama 10 Ghana, sa 20 Ghana, nya some go 207 mu, no ma kochi soroku, na sisifiani bi, sisifiani, de bia sanam de bemo. No more thing kind, no more be airport, no more be interchange, no more be because my jatum mubia jatum se mobile monkey job no and ni ejuma no ejuma fino mo na magiatum se mubi mobile anything mo treat musa ochina ye nyina behu ye ba be kire mo ha wo de ochina the pageantry ochina ma be kire wo de besi wo ho beka se mo de mo nya Ghana fo ochina mo behu ochina asantefo nkora mo university mo polytechnics mo senior high school mo call internet so mo hu the MPP for be yes we have commission yeah no why on nkran into accrediting crown so kuma so be nkurase for monkey the job monkey the job baboon the chop. Who is the monkey? MPP for one santifoni be someone na mo ye monkey no mo hospital wen what mo so am no wen what mo bibia wai bibia di ho omo nkran eye party e-levy omo gitu mo nkran enso mo na mo yankwase adwuma ne ma omo ade chi no na namba ntema eye den conferences na mo e-levy yatia e-levy ho na mo ne ha mo na ha mo pa. That is what I keep telling you people. Monkey the job ene de mo be ya che mo mu bi mo anja ntuma ebia na ye wo ya se west na music na ano edin eya but anya wo ya unse ne obi bu kwasea and the issue no me was say bianka meka no foforo bianka meka but the fact of the case is say mean to me can in any other way mo amunim se biamte ya ti krom ha ana ye ni ankasa sikedwa otikokko so bosom kese ese opesika hill Kufuor anochi project sa sika be no de buy 200,000 Ghana almost 500,000 5 billion my black stars could work as opesika. Deda you ni Jordan you born my boy we say all my properties yen all my person politica otu ado no sika ba pe bi no be black star all my say yet 5 billion the my black stars e dey akoche jantra for he'll come for not chair otu for say to kabomu MPP for obi ani wo ba ye monkey the job adwuma na me kire wo no monkey the job no aya na ya mom de but sebio wan kasa uti ho yi bon ntina medwudwam yaka obi ye monkey job a MPP for their santifoni bi ye enri adwuma but fact is na me de kire no enye se bia ye ku ekire nim ha ya de wo ya na me de kire wo He come for not Chejuma. You pay $10 million per Asante for 47 MPs. More than 3 crowd responded to 2 for. But I was intra. Because monkey the job with Juma na moye. Modi omo ba ombeka se ye die mu a ye de twa efuruma ye de saa ye me gele ye me t-shirt ye beto amomo e da omo tirim enti omo ba omo nka de omo betuma ye omo se mo pesisifia se an de girem we de sisifia na wo hu se MPP for omo sawa Ashanti region chain region bia announce steady ye MPP omo do Ashanti region omo sapa omo do other region omo ntansa Ashanti region omo de embassy pleasure ni girim omo to be boss stage ni abo Gideon ba check we ba no abesa ni we jimi ho no okọ chema would to me sisifia ni bi we yes sisifia ni bi no so ni jimi aba jimi ho no okọ abronye we yes am say na mo jimi campaign na mo de embassy pleasure no. So right now there we are looking at monkey the vote baboon the quail. Are we going to see monkey the vote? And now we are not going to see monkey the vote. MPP for Sadam Asante for with Jack. Intiminjai. She. Mammy, you jump in Joe. Your point, da. Oh, shall quote, Namma Fro. Oh, give it a Kevin Taylor. What cast some of you boof? You go home. Yes, say, and the MPP Muhe. Yes, say, Omoko Tom on Kroma and Kroma factory now Muja Hono. MPP for a training in AD Alumi.
As part of my trip, I had to make a stop over here at the Bosso Glass Factory because I understand this place has been sold. Rumor has it that it has been sold, and then they are cutting the metals away as scraps, but including transformers. So, tell like exactly what is happening here. Is it true?
Oh, it's true. What is going on is very true because the current government has sold the Bosso Glass to the scrap dealers, of which they have made a half payment of it, which is 4 million Ghana cedis.
They've made half payment
to the government.
The scrap dealers have made half payment to the government, 4 million Ghana cedis.
That's why they are here. These people you see them, they are among of it.
Oh, okay.
There were already now. What by the Bobo man you could share. One of committee place for Abosso. Now with my friend by the way build man. In time so yeah there so we build man now. So what two machine A now. One for machine A no here for phone. One for base no two machine B no that down no. They you why ya aware no where yeah no. After the one my young and there what about to scraps no. And that how much we 4 truck 5. 4 truck 5 when we fi no. Eduma dey wetu we buema you change be here no. Twako for adona MPP aban. Twade where you check tako Abosso youth.
Amazing. Guys, it's really hot over here, but I want to have a conversation with I think the MP is here.
On the Korpa, Nkrata yen on social media na bibi ache there. Na ne Kufuor Baomia na Nasuru Kufijuma. Na yen stakeholders another duty bearers away MPP mpemfo ha. Our call stakeholders meeting or MC na the former MP na according to information we call stakeholders meeting they overturn the margin Wharton 8 million Ghana cedis 80 billion we to 4 million Ghana cedis 40 billion the whole factory at home.
But me who there were the new edifice be aboho ne picture aboho there what pede we ye if ya dey no for
a fake one youth reaction no we could draw the margin there aboho bibian ho
aboso hwim omoton se atikroma yetum nyina amofo a muntie hwe egofo we omo dangerous chain toilet mumwa MPP me say omo dangerous chain toilet mumwa they are filthy people. Kwame Nkrumah no modina tem Nkrumah no Kwame Nkrumah no ejapade Kwame Nkrumah yema Ghana no ende omo nanne nyina omo twa na lomi me say won Kofi Dwuma akwa na why odon sa won kura moja be free ni mu aba no why tontom se phone no na onenam ho no sa kwasia na onenam Kumasi an hu fin nim tan kwasia sa na nka so ogu da na ye na ye kodi jollof no sa kwasia ne ti Kumasi aton Kwame Nkrumah japade Western region kwasia we Gihog Distilleries omobeto ye na mahama mo renovate Gihog Distilleries e ma di gina ne na so kwasia we abetena ho onko adwuma e na wenya ace no tifie ene ye sorry a na because ne ba ware Kufuor ado ba ewurade Nyankopon. And then Kwame Nkrumah japade na woyema aye no omo amuntumi nya niye no omo sa aton. There yes aluminium krampo no waton aluminium first. Ewurade ye jibi o na ye tea na ye soso nkwase asem so na ye ka kire ye ba omia na betuma age Ghana. I say ye didi aye nom nkwan. I say sometimes no in semi kwan beso beka na we efiri wa no aba ye nkotoma ba omia de ye hwin ye jimi sainti na Kofi Dwuma ni hu fi we. And I remember I have this Gehok Distilleries. A company no time John Mahama mo ebe renovate Gehok. Me bought them some time back. Gehok factory no sibia John Mahama ne NDC for be renovate Gehok. A changing the face of Gehok. And Gehok ya ejina we enya John Mahama ne NDC anka Gehok anka egu. This is what John Mahama ebe inherited as Gehok, and how John Mahama ne NDC for to be changing the status of Gehok. And Kofi Dwuma kwasi ampanyi an hu fin oba bia no wo tan wa santimembia or the bema tantana kwasha na se Kofi Dwuma no hu fin we et Ghana et Gehok ema aboso glass factory or the Jimmy kwasi ampanyi ne nim tum so dwan waton yentumi nya no hwe aden ne ba na ware Kufuor ado ba. This is the Gehok John Mahama renovated and changed. And the Kofi Dwuma kwasi aweti wo.
Established in 1958, Gehok Distilleries is the oldest distillery in West Africa. It is the sole surviving company from the Gehok Group of industrial manufacturing companies set up by Ghana's first president. Located in the North Industrial Area of Ghana's capital, Accra, it has been manufacturing alcoholic beverage brands like Castlebridge, Herb Afrique, Mandingo Bitters, Takai, for over 50 years. Over the years, its fortunes began to dwindle, like many state-owned enterprises before it. A decision had to be taken about its future.
It was a company that was profitable, but it did have some major challenges at the time. And what was also very clear was that since the factory was constructed, no major expansion or rehabilitation had happened. And so they were really running with equipment that was quite obsolete. Now, the policy direction was to make sure that to the extent that this was not a business that had been placed on divestiture, then it had to be run as a profitable concern. And so the challenge for the ministry was to see how best we could make that happen.
A decision was made to look for an able leader, somebody who can have what we call a corporate turnaround. So K. Simmons was brought on board.
In 2010, under the direction and leadership of a new board and management, Gehok began to chart a new course.
Gehok was, I think, the last of the many industries or factories that the late Dr. Kwame Nkrumah set up. They had all been divested, and we're not seeing anything. So we said, no, at least this one must survive. We were going to prove to government that state-owned enterprises can be run profitably. And that was the mandate we gave ourselves and the vision that we gave ourselves.
It quickly became evident that various production issues needed to be tackled.
My first impression was a very old, run-down factory, extremely dusty. There's a large, factory wall, perimeter wall, dirty, no branding, a lost opportunity. In terms of a corporate image, Gehok then didn't have it. The factory floor, there were so many people working there, very noisy, and there was a kind of stench. You wonder, what's the stench? but I got to find out it was the drains right inside the factory floor. And also, at the time, they were using cook starch as labeling glue. And so they might cook it for about a week, and then obviously it starts smelling. So that was being used. I went to the bottle sorting area. It was really too small. It was a shed, and most of the bottles were out, and so people were working out, and not under the shed, but out because the place was too small. And in terms of GMP, that's good manufacturing practice, really we didn't have it at all. There were broken bottles everywhere, and there were about 80 plus people, men, mainly women and men, washing bottles by hand, and it was just laborious.
But the one challenge that brought the greatest change emerged 4 months into the managing director's time at GIHOC.
I came in April, and around June, July, there was, it started raining. And because the factory floor, the yard, the floor was was lower than the street level. So water, it just flooded. And so you have muddy, water coming in. The whole place was flooded. I think came up to about 2 feet. And then it went into the factory, and equipments like compressors, pumps on the floor were all, filled with water and so on. And so immediately you realize that it wasn't just a question of coming to just, refurbish, paint and so on the factory, but it was more than that, especially when I was told that this happens every year.
The scene was set, and the turnaround then began.
He met the management, and within the shortest possible time, they came up with a 5-year strategic plan.
Was quite a mammoth task, and the project was done in phases. So the main factory, I call it phase 1 and 2, was about 2,400 square meters. We first have to raise the foundation way above, slightly above the street level. We brought in panels, insulated panels from Dubai. And once that was done, the metal framework with the insulation panels just went on. And really within 4 months, the factory was built. In the meantime, with the EDIF 5 million, we've managed to start purchasing some of our machinery and so on. And so once the factory was built and we had the tiling and so on, we started installing new or retooling some of the old machines to increase their capacity.
GIHOC Distilleries has always had the potential. In other words, it was always profitable, but it had so much more potential to do so much better. And that was what we set out to do. We took over in 2010. The very first financials were from 29. So there was a total sales of about 18.5 million Ghana cedis. And as at when we were leaving the board, that's in 2012, we had made sales of about 35.8 million, which is about 94% plus. I'm reliably informed that as of the management accounts of 2015, the sales have exceeded 61 million. So that gives you a total sales of over 240%. The financing was done in two forms. We went for an EDIF facility. I think in total we went for about 17 million, of which I think in excess of 11 point something has been paid back, and the company is on course in paying back the remaining. They are very much on track.
GIHOC approached us through its bankers, Access Bank, for a facility to finance some expansion projects at the site. We had the mandate to support industrial development. Again, if you look at GIHOC, they have been trying to export. That again falls within our mandate because part of our mandate is to promote the earning of forex for the country. They performed the role of an import substitution company. We have a taste for foreign drinks, but locally, if we produce quality, people will change their taste and come in for our local drinks. So they also perform that function of an import substitution company that would reduce the flights of forex outside the country. And again,
On June 23, 2016, President John Dramani Mahama commissioned the new factory and was taken around to tour the new GIHOC. Undoubtedly, the leadership that has persevered to bring about this turnaround cannot be denied. It's available right here in Ghana. The question is, do we dare to find it, nurture it, and protect it?
Madam have tried a lot because when she came here, we don't have a lot
This is leadership. We do these things sometimes to let you know. MPP, Omo Jimio, Omo ni Bibi Amao, GIHOC. Kwame Nkrumah de see GIHOC. Omo de John Mahama be GIHOC. Wadane ni. And the Kofi Dwuma Kwasi ampenyi we nya GIHOC. Ye tuane ka Kwasia onko office o. Wase wati bibi friend interim committee. And na wasa fa ono asantini akọ eyedien ahantamamu and wakoton aboso glass factory no. Yate Ghana to son Kwasi asem we so ka kire se yensan fa tumi maba omia na nipa mu mwa te se Kofi Dwuma mo entumi nya opportunity and finish here. These are the things we talk about. But na man for say ye mu ade Oshe Ejuma Mahama ne this year from Atamils, Rawlings, ABC Mahama. Now Oshe Kwasi ade Kufuor we ye pa ya so almost 8 years They be ameka cham say the only thing holding this government together Bibians here democracy, the word democracy. Now, Mama Chawa de be gigim e be wiesi men na mean tinsia kakre na me cheche man kwasa sembi ekoso. Mahmoud Bawumia say transitioning to solar energy will be my priority. Say Bawumia say on the priority. And they say Ghana electricity bo akosoro into the solar ba. Nancy oka say me nuanom afrafo mo coastal areas no okofa solar bi fra brucha ba ye betare omo kanu no ho. Say ne be ye omo kopo anadwo a no mo the solar ko Bawumia wa adwene nye dwuma. Na kanu solar na amba. Bawumia says the priority pa and say enya economy ni biem also no economy nya the priority. Send your benye dwuma enya the priority. Send your dollar ne baba form enya the priority. Inflation baba form enya the priority. Adekudi ntia man about politics mo enya the priority is or energy expert. See ya. What you say fu? O kona Kevin Taylor gina field no oje ato ne boso no tene no obo ato na eta. O you say that form. O gina field so bo say sa akwa no a great canute. Uko jina field na Kevin Taylor aje ato ha no tennis no abok na daneta because we dey afo uko jina field so about say Kevin when friend the great canute and the Bawumia say on the economy no enya the priority and sheda nya ade dan akoma so ejuma obe create and dan akoma so the priority dan akoma so pa ne say mama ni medi president non kofa solar mra erade ya go boy ye jimi o erade binim say na ye beduru ha. I don't know how we got here. The flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has reaffirmed his commitment to finding alternative means of generating electricity to reduce living costs. Or see, abrabomo diama Ghana for a titira asante for. And you see, ano say when ya a kwambi obefasoma abrabomu aya henhamwa, abrabomu ya mramamwa, or the solar bar, mo a cold store, ewa saforo, muntia light bill. Say how, Sisifia campaign, say a pay as you go campaign. You show him, you show Tibia, you recipe our junior and your customer to trim near pay as you go. Sisifia nibi, where a embassy pleasure campaign, where sat no we caught no we are sat. I will be sakudung no ever sawi kwasia samon kwa and the mobile miana ya papa ko forecast e ento abamano or see economy ni hia na nya priority and na kuma so the then kuma so ko fa solar ba Bawumia is insane mo okasa se bo muntie ne yere no so muntie eyi pele muntie pele so akasa.
Well, it's a simple answer. He has solutions to our problems. Dr. Bawumia is a very intelligent man. He's an honest man. He works very hard and he applies himself. And this is a man bursting with ideas. And he has, he doesn't do the same thing and expect different results. Bawumia is always thinking outside the box. And I think for us as young people, that is the kind of leadership we need. We need somebody who will leapfrog Ghana's development. We need somebody who can look beyond where we are at and to say, look, we can do better and we can do it in a faster way to get to where we're going. And if you see with his digitalization drive, we're now in a position where the economy is expanding beyond where we would have, but for some of these digital platforms that have been put in place, we're creating efficiency, we're eliminating corruption. So we have a long way to go as a country, but we need the right kind of leader to help us to get there quickly.
Ghana, you give it too much. You give it too much. Camera, go do your camera. Pele. And Bawumia is honest, Kwasiato. Bawumia is a leader we need. And also I was kidding. And digitalization aoka. Pele. But you say ye Jimmy. Wo one more shade budong difference bene wo. One girl say omjeji na circle difference bene wo. When you make up in so toda in so bo pa ya who when you make up it me draw Kwame Nkrumah. Wo pele. Wo. And they want to be camera nim. And then our guys are quite a whiskey no. Yeti Krumah ya so nkwasi asem so Samira pele and of digitalization so digitalization no ajambo akosi applications of application no aba Bawumia is honest of aboa next time who lodi na bebu no aboa next time who mahama mu bebu no na mo say power na efo kwasiafo mo keka nipa kan kwasi asem kire nipa all because ye mududo no ye jimi wo pele enya asem na aba ankanya woni bo wisha budongo mo ne pre wo budongo mo eya de kunkumba jam level wo low level ba ye jimi ye woni enfa taxes nye on send the untimi nkasa on send untimi hwe camera nim on send o kasa na wo to chia I saw body hwe say na wo to hwe say on say o pele no ehon hihine mu abowa mo gi say ye jimi Mugin say na we ocean anima obi say blogger Baina wabegina TV so she nothing about her shows say she's even serious. I just say ocean say blogger CB as an a blogger Baina interview ni we the other call den or call TV3 mentor. I just a mentor. Slay Queen mu second lady akwawe bre otumi tina play mu ko India ko hunkunkumbaja bre na mutom tumi makwasi ampeyi we a girl we do be Ghana I swear to God Samira pele bre na mudi mujimi ko tam tumi Bawumia wo say okasa ne mama hwe ha ne to hwe ha ne ni achi hwe ha na mudi mujimi ko tam tumi Bawumia obe kire mo so o Fulani odi ebo munim de ba and Wizkid promoter adane de patapa de defender when na promote Wizkid no and de wadane patapa defender ohun de onka and and o jampo free no akosi ha or jump free ha no akosi ha, and the economy is expanding, but all the things and digitalization, and he's an honest man. Bema won in it. Una baba chere so honest. Eche obi wan do ka wokurom. Ukura na nete pele onka no kure baako. Ori eye wi tofe na de eye den eyi kakra ecstasy kakra wona sisifia na ope. Wasiafo munni mo manbu. Mufa mu jimi free anko na mo da ho nam Ghana disturb nipa. And I will see you. We see you. Omo mase po. Girl we power a joker power. Na mo santie no kunu dishonest man no. Ba omi asa kasa. Ba omi asa NPP flag bearer where city where Gabi Ochedaku radio station no. On esa mensa boa no omo radio no. Mahamudu Bawumia has pledged to reduce the cost of data and mobile phone. Bawumia say obeti data so any mobile phone so. Nti enyina nko tu phone mra. Bawumia we gibi baka kira say message bi ani ho. Bibia it is possible. Mahamudu Bawumia says he pledges to reduce the cost of data and mobile phones by waiving import duties. Speaking in the Inshayesu constituency, Steka constituency, wahedi po obotiwo. Me say, omo campaign no. Pay as you go, watch before you speak. Wahedi po no mugu or level of intelligence also metiti data so. Na makofa phone matit phone so matete so. Inti amu nyina mu finish Inshayesu nko China nkofa phone mra. Kwasi akeka. Bawumia is a junkie. Onim bibia asemo kenye ni me say omo hu asantifo bi so omo agimi omo do asantimemu a omo du bebi omo bedu no omo hwe dipa no mote wo no nkofo no tete tent na se no omo bobo kitikiti no omo hwe obia ni access message ama omo ni message o ye we mo into ko Inshayesu no steady omo MP no sticker ahwa o se Inshayesu for mo na mutumi ko sticker ma ye ende se de meka bia magedi wo de mo MP we mu level of intelligence. Mr. Do you have something on sticker for me? Or the sticker away ayedian Inshayesu sibi omo dwene. Into do Inshayesu so we move phone for we data. Meti data so mesa te phone so into mu nyina me wini am kofa phones mra. Kwasi akeka onka asem we won kran da. Onye. Me say Bawumia has no plan. Opa kwa Ashanti region Since some kwa Ashanti region 16 days. Kotie Bawumia message bia a different message. And you're consistent. Only any consistent message. Baby obeko no ohwe omanim no aka kire omo. Ohwe omo sisifia so we mu dey say skirt ketwa. We mu dey some say achiwala. We say some say G string. Or steady asantifo no constituency no. Because nipa no nam chema wontu we Jimmy. Na po Jimmy. There's no plan. Into a Inshayesu. Mama nchiramo muntie.
Memunu so minim say munye obi ape mobile phone me for mobile phone prices no abba form no taxes on mobile phone imports. We are bringing down the import duty. We are eliminating the import duty on mobile phones so that mobile phones number one ebeba form amamo, and also the cost of data. We are going to bring down the cost of data. The cost of data for our youth. Namu itmenya enti make you calls. Choboy.
Me kachira wo. Oduru Inshayesu stadium om go patala si nyina we mo Jimmy. Hey, MPP vo hu asantifo bi so Jimmy o. Wakoduru Inshayesu o hwe bodi bi so we mu so Jimmy. Hey. Ye the data beba from ye the cost of data. Omugu ase no mu twisoroku. Omu de ekosoro ntie ya we atum. Ebi mutro zumu kan we di echire from anchem obepie South Central so no obepie Inshayesu 50 the draws mu dike ye antiasi entime hama mike yare boro china no tarepon otare da ho pupu wewu keje convolute ntumi ngina engine nkwa onyemope ade achi ni wewu Bawumia we asantifo ni bi we omo we was we mo agene wo for we mu bi dia okoduru a ene de ose data ose obete phones no data so ntimo nyina mo won sia yeso no adekudie nti oba power nse monko edien monko eye China nkofa phones mbrani ateso sia sabu sei ena obi busa no your elimination ena you bringing down baba omia odim say omo won ente brofo tie no o say he is going to bring down one ka so be eliminate you insha for mo dia am ntie brofo na mo bi mo bon mo asantifo ni bi akenkan mo bi mo nkenkan mo ninji school hunti na nkofo we dada mo ba omia ba insha no o say he will eliminate one can say eliminate tie ba omia de oka tie brofo ni ye
memunu so minim say munye obi a mobile phone me for mobile phone prices no abba form no taxes on mobile phone imports. We are bringing down the import duty. We are eliminating the import duty. Down the import duty. We are eliminating the import duty on mobile phones. We are bringing down the import duty. We are eliminating the import duty on mobile phones. So the imports. We are bringing down the import duty. We are eliminating the import duty on mobile phones. So that mobile.
Baomia akanyoma mienu asantefo muntie me nhyae sofo. Or say Baomia say they are bringing down the import on mobile phones, eliminating the taxes on the import of mobile phones, bringing down the taxes. Two things because they're bringing down different. And eliminating different as antiform TMA. So because I'll bring down the taxes on mobile phone. Or beso say a bona yajino or bemaya taxes the sokakra. Or because you say I'm going to eliminate obey tax the free ho. Or jina simpie ba akoso. Or say I'll bring down the import duties on import tax on mobile phones, and I will eliminate the import tax on mobile. Bawomia umusem we Jimmy Monte brofo. Yateko kwaso na nanom. Mumu bi mo ma adwene mu na ho. Ogina nhia so ka brofo mienu. Eliminate and bring down. Two things, they mean different things. Or say he's going to bring down the taxes, and also say he's going to eliminate. Iti ba mechiro so am for the mo dey say ba church mbrofo kakra mo te mbrofo kakra mesi ba omia we toffee any ecstasy de ma no ye de mana mo gene ni ma say nkokọ an ohum say mo ye nkokọ and oni omo kasa hey data hey import hey reduce hey eliminate o was and the share for bi ba omia ogina stage was antimemo ohum nyina say mo ye nkokọ hey eliminate hey bring down hey break ohum some we tough wa bodam nipa ba ku gina stage ba ku so he will eliminate the taxes on mobile money. The same person mobile phones, the same person say he will bring down into which is which in Jimmy ya because can we move Kevin Taylor did asantifo atem me ni obi atem ba omia na ejimi asantifo ni bi e na mete ne to we tough no mujina ni ma send to my send koko hey eliminate hey data hey mobile money hey mobile phones hey China oh hum na mugu aso na da kofa na mutwisoro enkoko a mutwisoro ku obedi mu ho agorate ochina mo sa bebie foforo won kran John Mahama dwuma flower pot John Mahama na yeye ochina omo sa bebia no modi awan aka modie ye di beyi magongon modi awie aka mo nso hwe tamale ya nkora no asama kokote Alan Cash enye Alan Cash asama kokote me your friend asama kokote your friend Alan Cash nice guy obey you agongon sisi we di awie aka wo nso hwe agongon sisi no what you abade wie aka wo nso hwe otinkran no odi alewa no mato ma ba wie aka wo nso hwe ye beyi agongon say ye Jimmy ye mu bi But I'm telling you, Manigio. It's where the match free English classes. Opesisifiani bi. Sisifiani bi. Now we aba. We subsisi. Now we call. And I'm say I don't know mudu asantimema almost sa too much. Omo nkran omo nsa. Omo ko other regions omo nsa. Omo du Kumasi na dani asa. We sana no team fifre. Na dey na me time kura omo ho say omo tumi handkerchief. No that pan anim say. Owia no sa dia fa no hena no owia no aprum no de bia for the quench say ai rade ya go kwasi afo we na tare nipa ho hanky ba ko de afa otiri ho ba obi to be hanky no de for the tiri ho owia no ase biom no de for the kon ase we wiem no ase de for the dim owia no ase de for no hwena no ai ye jibio na onam nipa mu na hu nyina deke so twe na ase na ana me hu sa guys na ana me hu tete me na mo sa girls na ana mo sa boys na mo tumi ka bi njira ho ana bema ba kukuta hanky ba ko otumi no atimu no de bia we bia shirt no de fa de ko echi or de fa de ko echi no say you know de fa ne ha no bi no de fa de timu owia no say de fa de ni mo say de fa no ho no wasa ko kiss do wajimi okotoilet no de ohuru ne nsa no say de tawo na pepa de nsa ho na jimi udi akwa we echi mo jimi musa girls bi am ntimase utumi ba omia chema untumi mo MP for the person otumi hanky na obi ne shirt ha na ebi obi kura tumi bi ne shirt say we bi ne shirt say no the fana motiom no the fana motiom na we say na we yi no the fana ko say na mo tata ma ho na de me say de na ekoso de no ohun nyina bon otwe na ase na de tan kura ne say omakodi fufu aba no kwa me dinkra otikufu nim ase emoboto kwa medikato asantimemu nyina best journalist or no R Kelly or to high life or to gospel or say journalist part time jibio kwa medika kumasi R Kelly otikufu nim asa banchi oh ye ofa ampo me he mumu boda mo ana untumi akwa petition no na nim tantantante oto we ra santro hwe ampa mese munana mu ya mu da ohun say ye no mu free bow omu dika ena omo tete ho me hwe mo we mu ntinia ye ba dwene dia we nkwasiafo de bo interview Kufuor ade be cham to ye ne interview president say when then we ye sifia no yi hanky no de fun kwanchi no paper de bioma e busy or the hanky fun kwanchi no de or the fun tiri ho fun tiri de bioma sweat wa wish concern okasagu so apetesiwo madingo wom heba africa ka ho eye kwotedenden ka ho ene ochena obaba wo ensa ba ko poison eguni mu oje onyina na ho popo enche de wo be no nam 100 ni yem nyina asai boy we enim ni pow bright fine guy wo wajibi oduma apetesi heba africa madingo castle bridge no mix of akotefia ka ho fasisifia ka ho fa krama pempem som nipa ba akwa oti asase so pedien owia na fifretiro no kuta hanky opepa ne kwechi opepa ne trim or bi fa nanim fa na motiom jimi eno kura bekun bomi anye show no dia kada we FCC ba omi asakasa ba omi ase amedi muchi a o me nipa bonini we FCC fian bi Baumia Sakasa, Baumia said, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has pledged to tackle the country's housing deficit. While campaigning at the Drobonso in the Secretary Afram Plains, the NPP flag bearer promised to construct housing units in every district. Hey, Baumia. I mean, we say in Kotobo video, Kufuor on the time, or Konwane Mami Krum. And okoka kire ne maame ne papa kuro Kufuor time boy president no okọ ne maame ne papa kuro okoka kire obo se obesi Kufuor estate Kufuor city Kufuor oka ne but Kufuor we de wa bombo na otizu e blast wo to a wa lie Kufuor ko ne papa ne maame kuro okoka kire obo se time boy president no okoka kire obo se obesi Kufuor city e be sin de ba omi aso se ya man di president district bi obesi dan ba omi abodam ba ka kire mo oh yes say okwa do hwe drombonso fo no omo tete apatara se omo wo campaign ase o hwe Afram Plains for us okay omo message ni he mo bebesi dan o district bia o se district bia obesi dan ba wo mi abodam we ka kire mo message no o hwe obo mu gina nanim no de amomo wa ba no wa be make sure say ya ton segleme no kojo pon kroma ton ama no ho ene Kufuor de busuafo Baumia say Okodu Drombonso any such a from plains forecast and I'll say, oh, only the obedi presenter district be obesi dying. Obesi estate or district be hey Mahmudu. Baomia say obwa Baomia nkano kure. Mesi omu mama keche omu asantifodi bi so majimi o. They and some of them can almost be can they will not never do it. They see on one district, one day, one get to. But we are saying see on Oba, one district, one get to. Baby, I don't know. A dominant, be careful. Edu, we are going to kill you. They say about me, say one district, one get to. Or say, such as from Plains, the MPP flag bearer promised to construct housing units in every district. Assembly mo dupao. But we open the mana. When him district do our Ghana. Every district go go sit down ho. Into one district one get to. But we bottom. Me catch them say Kuffour. Omo message way it is possible. Asa. 2020 4 more for Nana. Before that the battle is the Lord. We mo no ayesa no mutio. Ye wia yesi nkoto aba mo. Ukobusa question person mu ade ain. Into utumi nya obi to say ya odabo. Owu a yede nkwara adaka money box na besie no ogina social media kan kwase asem ono ya dabo bema ne ho ba senia ne bema tententie ene ya dabo de pe otumi gina social media na okeka kwase asem adentira asem bi aba na oka bi ya dabo wo baby a wadu da ho yusu ho ayi rati nyanko ana me pesa make kasansem no when I drift the things I will say. Lazy share mpo buom ye lazy atwam mienu a obema kura ni lazy ni ndrupe wo ti social media kekan kwase asem on ti ase wo ya dabo lazy share mpo buom ye yim ni abumu 4 ni atwam a ye yi ba ko a ebe se a obema kura ndu wo ye den wako yusu weni mekekan kwase asem tiatia break o eni penifo nkasa wo Christmas show na nkran de na wo she tiatia break na penifo wo penia ya dabo ye ko concert ye betumi tietia so okum send the Jay-Z aba na enyina kokumasi sports ye betumi tietia so okum wo ya dabo masa brown wase na shira wadakam na wu a money box de besie wu mo san kwasha sem na mo de tietia kumasi wo no ho wo de mo kwade ane mbese be kam asem ana me mbese me so mo asem mo de mo nye nipa ana ya ntiasie ye betam akosoro twa mo tuomu peace. Wo ye boy dey ye bow blow ye me waste blow ye do besi table so na wa motiom ye delays the twa wa motiom aka wasi form wo ye dey and apeje beti ye be we fra salad di ye do be fra salad ya dabo and the baby gan na du a ho kira be wo ye di dokunu 4 wo di dokunu peace wo ye do be fra salad di wa fra wo ye do be fra elewonyo uni melewonyo ye do be tum ni ade wa fra ni anom brown wase ko shekona baby ni engineer ho say ya ko tie ya dabo o de o bodam mona na ni pani mo time o ga se sane egumuso a na ye keka ye kasa o onti ase na ye the stamp be bo wono so wano so stamp here the bobo ye letter ye post letter ye be bo wano so lazy share mpo buom ye yini abumu 4 ne atwetwam 3 a ye yiwa ne tietie sei obema kura ndu emema shut up and sit there bodi amuma nipa no tiamo a mempese ma no betia wo mempese ma no sei ebetia wo ba ma hwom kasa mu yi a yo now you see NPP parliamentary candidate to be a kasa. Hey, besides, do I have that? You see NPP parliamentary candidate to be a kasa. Nana, me person ki tie. Besides, if I don't have it, I'm going to move on. I thought my team sent me. Now, me tie. Sa MPP parliamentary candidate na mkachira me say emfa. Sa nkwasiafo ya mpamo mu mfiri Ghana kuro mu pa nkogu ball so a. Na ye sokra ye nipa. Ai me hu video. Oh, because I think it was part of the production. some MPP parliamentary candidates. Or kasabasa aso abodam. Intimation is I'm say now when we now person ko parliament. Messias. It was in the production. Some MPP parliamentary candidates. And I'm going to say, Akwawi, when asked, now that you have done everything, if you win, what will you do? Here's what Yaya Kasim, NPP parliamentary candidate. Asama Efrina no buy or kind no. Na me bese mutie bi na mu hu se bibia yedu no. Ya nhwe ya abodamfo be die so. An ose ono oye parliamentary candidate na wutie enkwasi asempa brantie we ejina journalist fo enim kan ye pa obi anya no hwe. Aha, Messias, I have it. Messias, did you get me the video? This is the video I was asking for. Messias, this one. Yeah, you got it for me. Thank you. Yeah, that one, Messias. Now, akwa we na your journalist, you see, or your MP4. Enfin, as a community forum was a day. I'm a saman. Now, what shark one and no name kwasi akeka o keka pa na say na e dey pa na Ghana ye bedru ha say. Now, Mr. S is taking care of the issue. Now, that story a very important story. Yeah, have a point no. There's a story the Catholic bishops in Ghana, akachre Ghana for nyina say. Omakache Kufuor say. Approve anti-LGBTQ bill. And the Roma software more Ghana nyina akache Kufuor say. Alban Bagbin SAD de trumu anti-trumu bill no or the abrow sign. Kufuor say Roma software about dam. Oh baby edu. When nyina je Kufuor we hu. Mr. Kufuor, he didn't see any of these things because when you see a Jimmy, Baumia no penti, yenina ye Jimmy, yankotuma Baumia, sana Kufuor who you say ye Jimmy. And the Catholic for software more Ghana in catch Kufuor say, Alban Bagbin said ye, Parliament said ye, wo President Faunsa eshe eye trumu anti-trumu send ye beya emrabetia Kufuor de sobon form kwasi yanko. Any tikrom ha. Omunyina ye din shedem. Nobody is speaking. The next day, the foolish ones will come and sit on TV and tell you, say, they have a problem with Alban Bagbin. He feels he has too much power. Alban Bagbin aye juma. Taxes na ye tia na. Ye see onye juma. Wa ye say juma na de kratana koto. Achichidie nenim say, onfan insanshas ye. Achichidie say, onfan kwasi anko. Why are you fools? Some of you fools blaming Alban Bagbin. What has he done? A dear Juma na mode share Alban Bagbin in sa onye because of foolish politics and stupidity. But you say, oh, it is easy to insult him. MPP for no more press yembe parliament no more way. After your mark and kwasi ampenyi wo jam ho eko France ko die jantra for. And the Catholic sorry for penifo asofo nyina say, Nana do danko Kufuor adwe krata no Alban Bagbin asa ma clerk of parliament dia bro fa won sa sha ase osemu nyina mo kwasia. Yetu krom ha. Na moti waka kire say, ai mumia nhwe de onim nyansa ne ntoma no na obi akwasia yehu. Ba omia anyo ne Kufuor ne bae. Ade na ba omia ka se Kufuor de free SH saba ye hwe so nto abama no. Na enkwasia de we de ba omia nka ho. Na nado danko Kufuor ne MPP say asofo no Roma asofo mfom kwasia nkoda. Roma asofo na edi kama hama na teso na de we si ya. Anka Roma asofo be press conference. Simon be edu. And so Kufuor say we nyina ohu ye. Ono de ohu an say Ghana ne ye Jimmy nti nyina ye nsori boom. Asantefo nyina nsori boom. Ni ankoto abama ba omia efiri say ono onim nyansa chen ye nyina. Atakura kwasi ampenyi we ya soso ne so 8 years. Atakura kwasi ampenyi we ya soso atakura so 8 years. Unsigned document keke. Alban Bagbin asa send sa bill we second time to Kufuor or say unsigned. Ba omia kwasi ampenyi nam Ghana say for to me mano. Adentini entam to me ma ba omia. Explain to me why. Mumbusa Kufuor so on church at the good to me ma ba omia. Entina Alan Ibusa Kufuor. Do you even know Baumia? Do you know him? Or because Baumia helped you steal from Ghanaians? Because the redenomination now can say and your idea no. Okache se Bawumia na Neo Bank of Ghana or Boao. That means you want a criminal like Bawumia who helped you steal from Ghanaians to become president. You, but Kufuor, you're a bad man. Kufuor, you're a bad man. And I feel pity for you. Yeah, you're a dangerous man. First, not JJ Rollins, you are a very, very diabolic man. You are very dangerous. You are dangerous to the democracy of this nation. I'm telling you, Kufuor is dangerous to our democracy. Because 2020, to be a coup nipa Ghana, Kufuor will not care if somebody, a president is killed in Ghana, say MPP president, he doesn't care. Kufuor is dangerous to our democracy. J. Kufuor is a dangerous man. Nobody should underestimate Kufuor, what he can do. Kufuor can destroy this democracy. I'm telling you. From his utterances and the kind of things he supports, the way he basically decides not to talk about all the nonsense happening under this government, Kufuor is dangerous. He's dangerous to our democracy. J. Kufuor, very dangerous guy. Yeah. Now, another story. $800 toll workers complain about hardship caused by government failed promises. Yenuanuma Sebio PWD4 people with disability are now different toll booths around the nation. Amwakwata kwasiampenyi Kufuor de busueni on send the campaign amwakwata wasie. Amwakwata na time $27 million contract ma eyede jankroma se on penti overhead ase. $27 million contract. Adaya yase jankroma ko penti overhead ase. Amwakwata bedi roads minister odi nkwasi asem sa 8 years almost. Amanfo eye adwuma wo road tolls agigi tolls ema Ghana. Amwakwata de ne pe as an individual e ka say yen close tolls nyina ebesi nde. Yenuanom a sebio people with disability a omo ho aka a sebio ebi mu nan ebi mu nsa a na saade ne ma omo nsa ka oma no MPP nkwasiafo we aba omi aka ho ene Ekufuado omo agi omo eduane efiri omo nsem. Oma kaye nuanum ne gu abontene ye wa asofo nkwasiafo Ghana se omo bompa ya maba omia nyame betua mo ka moa nyame ema momma ene mo so fall into the same category a ye nuanum a mo PWD people with disability wo na mo hu senior amanfo bre mo asofo na ba omia ba na matenetene mo nsa bompa wo no so no momma ne mo yere ne mo ankasa mo fall into that situation ni bi onyankopon moa na mo so yare mbom na sebio mon sresre na mundi na obi sre obi at this point ne nsa nyi ho ne nan ni ho ne sebio de nikura mpo ni ho na edwuma kakra on beye mo nsa akoma no kwasiafo the politics aban mu MPP fo age oma no aduane e ma mo de mo kwasia te Ghana e bo mpa ya man kwasiafo we aso mo nsa medi yeso mo agimigimi ha mo agimigimi na ya te Ghana mo ya sofo ayese mo nya nipa mumu bi ma yesa mo ye sofo ntima dane mmoa ntimu ye sofo a de ye kobu no mo hu na wenya sofo kwase ampanyi bi gina stage ai na mekọ America no ye kodu America no mene memma ene ye kọ ye luggage ene ye sema amfa kwasia to uko America ye na yesoma se kwa America and 800 people are Ghana for people with disability nyina they are jobless. Courtesy Bawumia ni MPP nkwasiafo wi yensa nkoto aba na wo sofo a wo se wakanya mesema nyansa wo wutrim a mo se the Holy Spirit ama mu nyansa enye jimi na yamumu bia ka mo betre mo nsa Bawumia so senka mu nuanom ene mo ma and sa sofo we akronfo we ana esatia sorry them omoji people with disability for sika Sunday bia nyame be kumo asofo abonefo ene kwa America ye do America no ene ekodu baby ne ekofu pray no America enti ye do America ofui ye kwa America no ye do America no ena me ne me yire ne me ma ye de atwa ticket ye dollars gu ye botom ene ye kwa America no ena America ofui de na ba hu America wo be do America no hu say teacher for gina bontin ye demonstration odwan. Now you just reminded me of something, Mr. There's something I've been done. Yeah. Now, there's a story I want to talk about before I end today's show. Yes, nurse for and the MPP are buying MPP are buying. We thought today will end our 4-year joblessness, but our situation has worsened. You see, and MPP are buying catch the nurse for motivation. Munina mumbra kra, mumba for mojuma. Mumbra never for mojuma, and young nurses. Nipa be 300 omu nyina so moko Ghana nko na etumi Ghana nko etumi ko sabode begu ministries yase planting for food ye nyina beto bode o ministries and the Kufuor do ne Kufuor and the MPP Kufuor say yenkoto momo omu nko na etumi ka planting for food and jobs yakotwa bode ni nyina gu ministries yam nyina yemfiri eye mensiamra ministries beto bode ye nyamwa kakwase asem we ko bi beka se yentoma baomia and the nurse for we a omanti asem Mahama ka say or substitute ayedian alawa amomu loan na we see more hospitals no omo entie no and ye ka kire so omo nyina mra enkran na tie de see ye omo nyina godu nkran no more than 300 enrolled nurses from the 2020 year group across the country who thronged the Greater Accra Regional Health Directorate became stranded after spending the night there. This was after officials of the Regional Health Directorate recruited only 30 of the nurses, leaving the rest to their fate. These categories of nurses have been at home after duly writing and passing their licensure examination and obtaining the professional identification number PIN in blah 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 blah. Inti a nurse for so mumra directorate. Nurse for be 300. 4 years no munye adwuma nya ye posti omo. Nipa 300 no mduru nipa 30 pe. Yes o. Omo de ko campaign so for nipa 3000. Say ye Jimmy. Me say, ye Jimmy, muntie de see.
In more news tonight, more than 300 enrolled nurses from the 2020 year group across the country on Monday stormed the premises of the Greater Accra Regional Health Directorate over government failure to engage them after going through due procedure. Stanley Nibleu has been following up on this development.
This category of nurses have been at home after duly writing and passing their licensure examination and obtaining their pins in 2020. The nurses subsequently heaved a sigh of relief when the Ghana Health Service announced the activation of its portal for recruitment. On Monday, the enrolled nurses, some of whom are lactating mothers, numbering over 300, reported to the Greater Accra Regional Health Directorate to be absorbed into the system. But they had the shock of their lives when the Human Resource Manager at the Health Directorate told them that only 30 nurses are needed to satisfy the quota given to the region. The 30 nurses will be posted to the Down East and West districts, where human capital in the health sector is in short supply. But these developments did not go down well with the unposted nurses.
It's pathetic. Finished Kufuor. I feel like crying. Serious, it's not easy. Some people depend on their parents for money. How your parents cater for you for 4 good years, you can't pay them back with anything.
Veronica Anoche was not happy and called for an immediate intervention.
It's not fair, but as at now, we don't know what to do. And it's unfortunate we have to go back home.
A senior member of the Greater Accra Regional Health Directorate later engaged the nurses and asked them to go home, emphasizing that nothing could be done to exceed the quota that the region has been given.
I will advise that you go home so we get directive from headquarters. If they give us another, then it means we will not add on. But for now, the 30 is exhausted and we can't take any more.
Eventually, the enrolled nurses had to leave the premises disappointed. The Ghana Health Service activated its portal for the recruitment of 6,000 nurses of all categories nationwide after the Ministry of Finance had issued clearance. However, the Greater Accra region was just allocated a quota of 122. After the exhaustion of the 30 slots allocated to the enrolled nurses, the remaining 92 quota is expected to cater for other nursing categories, including midwives, general nursing, and nursing officers. But the nurses want the quota system reviewed to make room to absorb more health workers whose services are needed but are staying at home. Stanley Nibleu, TV3 News, Accra.
Stanley Nibleu, thank you very much, Stanley. And a dahono, ye catch remo, ye tumofo. mudi nkwasiafo we echi mahama so betwa lawam mahama so betwa lawam o de esi sa slot bi ani ho almost said they are going to talk to headquarters bibi ani headquarters o aka 10 days ni akoto aba o ka che headquarters post 2 mesimo Ghana for nurse amutifie ye fra menko tuti ankwasiafo we na aban sesa na John Mahama na osi UGMC AC chip compounds for Ghana no say John Mahama ba no complete all the chip compounds na obie afari na obie eye de kumewu obie eye de sewia oba na obebie eye district hospital or Greater Accra unya dwumaye obenya dwumaye adenti na wo tin kwasiafo we hu ye ka kire mo muntu etumufo amonte 8 years Kuffour ya dada mo saa bedu hande moda hu di nkwasiafo wechi tutia MPP dia Bawumia ekeken nyanse bi animo Kufuor na president Gabi mo pese Bawumia sa be di president Kufuor na Kufuor ka kire mo o say omo ye property owning government o ti ase or property owning party ebi a won ti ase ye ka say party be a property owning na omo ejapade na omo pe eni tire Kufuor ba no oto hotel wa ma ne ba eni tire Kufuor ende okọ Kotoka International Airport aya VIP lounge no eni mankwa na omo ede euzi omo nkwa na wo stores ho eni tire ende Nana Dankwa Kufuor ono na yire ne mma as we speak today Ghana ejapade PDS omo ye property owning people ejapade Kufuor ka kire mo Osi ye party no ejapade o enye se ye ba be ko ama mo Ghana for enithi na MPP for 16 years omo di democratic power omo si regional hospital back wo Ghana ejapade enso Kufuor Bamti Gabi mu edan omo si no Ghana esoso cha mu nyina mo dan sika omo wia ejapade party na mo no etumufo amonte wo ye nurse ni aban abetena so 8 years Kufuor ba onsi regional hospital na wo school so ye nurse ni na wo to ama sa ban no sa party we jimi wo ye nurse ni MPP abedi power 8 years Kufuor time Kufuor any Bawumia abedi 8 years ontumi si one regional hospital in their history oda ho wo school say me to aba ma pathway na obesi hospital be na ama we jimi kura no busa ho say se si am wo school aka 1 year ne me wie party mienu yi ba kwesi hospital si regional hospital eno na hia me ba ko se de since ba ye NC hospital wie emobia ponko mu adenti na woto amasa party no we jimi you are going to also stay home for another 8 years tuma party obetuma culture say mesibi hwe metuma for adwuma. That is how people think mumu bi mu jimi. Now my mention adebu hala sawa eye sa MPP candidate we yesi owo insanwem na mo amunko tie sa kwa we on board ama.
When we go to the market women as well, I've support not less than 175 women with the interest-free loan policy that I actually intend to, support and funds with our market women, because they are the foundation of our nation. They are the foundation of the Amasama constituency. Because we're able to invest and empower women, then we should know Ghana will get there better. And doing to that, I will plead with Amasama constituency. They should look at the Ayakasi matter coming 7 December, number 1, on the ballot paper, so that I can continue and do what I've started.
But now again, I'm going to ask you this question. Now that you've done everything, when you come, what are you going to do?
Thank you very much. Oliver Twins always ask for more. There's more to do. That's why I'm trying and pleading with my good people with Amasama constituency. They should push me out there, because Amasama people, they still need more. So when I get there, I'll do more, because there's more to do. Yes, as you said, I've done so many things. That's why I'm pleading that, yes, still Amasama need more. They should push me up there so that we can extend it more for them.
To when you won't fail, to Miss Solana Pa, a galley, F MPP 4 t-shirt, say, a cocoon so quiet campaign. I'm on for show, on fairly. I know what me but I've watched him. Hey, to when you won't fail, to Miss Solana Pa, a galley, F MPP 4 t-shirt, say, a cocoon so quiet campaign. I'm on for show, on fairly. e ne wotumi bodafo atwempena
Tiwa akwa we ogina we ni mu harma sama so obedi we MP akwa we so so mentally we okay. Akwa we ogina we people that have done this and the 20 anti most aka sama usade akwa na adwene adwuma. Hwan go fo bi gina na chi. Just say MPP ne de e kire mo hutani a we jimi o me use ni sisi ah. We dwa obodam. The omo ye no. Omako yishi ba konye teni abo abako bra amasama bra. Eno nso ni Jimmy, eno nso no katamba, eno hwe. Na oji amasama fo mo Jimmy. Eno abi no mo ya na denta, girl ya na hwini se buntuo yi. Girl ya na okutakuta Rebecca Kufuor bag yi. Girl ya na hwini se buntuo kromfo ba ya. E se ono ni the man be famous MPP mu ne se ajob akosia bedu. Ni nyan se wakobo jantra ma ono oware Mark Menu ba into omedi MP hwankwasi asem adan a oso ombo gala emrantie no ATS yenkrechi adwuma o wakoto cap abesi so enti emrantie no mebo ball we wi na ba ko awi ni champions ye wi na yakoto aba ma kwasi aba o adenta for so omagimi meboa sa 442 kwasia formation na o papa no ne MPP fo abo no enu bi na obeso obebo enti akosua menu na hwini se bontuo adan a mebelem ko di MPO na mbante ne maba wo no embrante dodo no magimi o mani gibo ho enti mekoto cap enti akosua menu na hwini se bontuo akoto cap ena mbrante energy anka osom de ye adwuma nya sika no adbra aha every minute bia no ugina adwuma ma ye ma osika no kwase aba ne kunu ewo adwuma mo ena ono ne boyfriends egu adwuma mu ena ne party ni make sika ena wagada mbrante nse mu de mogimi ntimu ne adwuma ye makoto cap ntimu de mo mebɔ na mo ho ntim fifire mo kankan na mo wi ama mo cap se mo ye champions ntimu wi na makoto aba ama me na makɔ parliament akogi sika kwasea wo usi so wo akosua me ni si so nkɔfo na dupi o mo beduru ha enya politics na time ena alowa no ho a ɛyɛ den na akosua me nu ɛde na ogina so pɛ so kɔyɛ MP what does she bring the ogina so nyina ne se ɔware Mark Menu ba wa MPP mu enti yem skill system no manembra ne yenwie sika mane nkodi MP na wo na hono bi body tima to a nipa ebone kwasi aba we na ka kire Ghana for say omo protest against 2020 killings no eye fire service for enhwe nsu hyengu omo so wo hwene se buntuo ye jimintra na nke eden na akosua Menu a emmema abetri a omo nyina nyini kyen no kwasi aba politics nti ono akoto cap. It is not more than $100. Sadia no. Ena emrantia yema omo adwuma 8 years. Omo bo omo bo kintin aden a akosua Menu say yembo bo. Na munim sika akosua Menu otama shatawale be perform ye. Mo mrantia mo adenta sa sika no ye betuma ye. Mo busa ne sika do otama shatawale so meto nwoma mo. Momo aya na mo masa nkwasiafo we mo opportunity. Abrantia wadwini ye adwuma. Wankasa wo assess de ekono eye dan na small girl we ese wakoto cap $10 basic so for 1 week ugina wiem na tin na kwasi aba no de ono party no bom no omu wie sika se moa uwia wasa kodi live mu akoko ntoko akoto ama abayoa we na ono abayoa we mumu dodo omu ntumi ndi no majority of you ko mo girl a anka mo bepo no because na hwene se buntuo ba ye Jimmy mo gina ho a pinten bobo amu fifira mu boxes mu afoi majority motme dia bayo we amana be mu ex girlfriends but mu bi mu agimi nti yete adenta and a small girl akoto cap and also person di MP na wokobobo na mu boom na unya life threatening injury a wutumi nya bibia bi ma na kwasi aba we akotena parliament ono ne jantra for mema ebo jantra na wote akonnwam wagimi sa politics ne twam onim nyansa bi ode mawo motuwa so akofa bibia be grade kwan so na nka me de medwen se ebia sebi omo mutin kurase na nka edi sade we ye omo adenta na medwen se this kind of politics no ye ye ni won kurase na wuti adenta na o fall for this kind of politics and your wadwene wo form on be use wa che me na me kan okura ne kirew me see we are branching out adenta now I'm a small girl way because of politics. Oni Mark Menu bako chimpena konya awari enti. Wa brantia uketi jase makobo bo na uko jina bono ko bi pia otiko ena uwi ya eja oba wo ha 8 years kwasi aba we kutakuta Rebecca bag enya hu sika se twum wa pore hu $20 and I'm with Jimmy go park so yepe majority of my boys are mujina park so move to the girl we move to deny them as girls into my problem they say dear na mujina so atoaba mu pe juma mu pe mpuntio dear na adenta girl we akofa to create baako dear the excavator no abefa kwan baako so yes oya kwan na kwasi aba akofa bus abeso ofo car 3 mu jibi me Jesus ade we si we kurase adenta ya pon Mese Musa ne say sika se no tia shatawale ahona mbon se we jimi mo Musa go che me say na wo adwuma be na wo ye sika se na wunya na wunya sika ne we na wo kofa artist wunya sika we obe yusu musa muwa wa adenta ho mu mama adwene mbre fie mo betuma betina kurom enso mu neighborhood better ne say kurase. You need to be part of a team that is willing to develop. On fly over no enye John Mahama ka fly over nkeni wo. Sa fly over na ye akratema no. Mo hia party a ebedwene mo hodi mpuntu aba. Mo de montena o man kwase girls we. On say ende o sorry ya yekote ya on kwase mo ka. Aha, obon so mo jimi. Ende Oslo who say I was a charcoal seller but education changed me. Ende Oslo who say we say the seat in why den also not ton bidie. Oh, who's a more Jimmy? And then madam say power anti or MP SAD or parliament akobi or see bidie na beton education is some abrabo oh the okachire mo ona na tiwe so ye je man ne se bakutia north bakutia east and am yeni north west original radio so ye je man ba o me gina ha na Kufuor do gina ha na ebotuo kwase aba and then the up vote until say o no ton bidie. Someone with the MPP, Jimmy, they will treat you like that. Oh, the Amodiamo, almost redeem when we say Mudu do Jimmy. And then the name say, Asla Sanoton video. And then the space session, video for once and Gregoire or tons of space now almost $10,000. It will be more get 3. But when we say Jimmy. And the Asla Usu space session almost $10,000. Or Tonwa, when we mad do one constance or many Jumaye. Dabi okacho so no ton bidie inti wini bibi to abama no education na bedru a settings on kwa bridge na oye na way inso de ko ohun se mo jimi oni ni kunu o magi contract 5G na 5G na way asla organo kre abro poso omo sori na ma bo ntoma hwo mo nufu ase na mo de ayi baby oil afa ha na hyehye no mo to embrewa owuro bibia mo gina wo sei me na me ka kire wo we mrewa o omo bobo entuma na friend say achichiri echi no omo twetwa bi ena gudam ena omo bobo omo de na me hyehye omo de sase omo no funu jisi wo sei omo bedru manu say emrewa poso me se we mo emrewa o omo di omo time na twam omo be pia no omo atechire entuma na friend achichiri echi no omo bobo ni sei omo bobo achichiri echi no ma hye mo nufu ase from apare munya sa na mo ye achichiri echi omo bobo ntoma na hye mo nufu ase no bobo de so so omo ba no ma ye sei oyintuma no oyintuma na o chen helicopter bapon uja kwa gigim Egim. Cheers, I'll see you tomorrow.
Number 5. What a number 8. Number 8. What a number 8. Number 8.
Mufesiano Embame.
Chef, Neko Tuyegu.
Naminchikano.
Kojo B. Kawachi. 2024 Mahameba. Edem clear Nisiafa. Abupa ban omo bese shebo. ATS omo transfer number ye yo. One district, one factory. Scanner ban omo chama mo family. Dr. Mahamudu Baumia near people in the set Abani de Mahamafa. It's Baumia Tanchain. Abani de Mahamafa. 2024 and it will be on Precos Mahamafa. Still bay, Mr. Tranchain. Abani de Mahamafa. 7 December, number 8. 24 West economy. Mahama Bar used to be a Jumaye. Mahama Tesono way be my Ghana for na Mumaya. Upe Wumpo Waba. Baumia dear Sawada. 7 December ni do ayen to abane Mahama no abane de Mahama fa eti ba o me atanchen abane de Mahama fa 2024 ni obi ampere cause Mahama fa still bay me se tranchen abane de mahama fa 2024 ane obi ampere ensuo me na manfo no oba besi agisika gogu ne mpaase cathedral yesi e manyame $58 million adane swimming pool wo se mo bebreki 80 rada tenate o mahama wada number 8 to Ghana for abotwa bana monto mahama that this year 24 hours economy 7 December abano 2024 ane obi ampere cause mahama fa still bay Mr. Tranchen abane de mahama fa 2024 ane obi ampere mumbai mo se dollar dwane mo se mobile mo betina tenase mobile dollar na yantaban watuna onana mu wiase sana mo kwabo ye super incompetent they make kind of full evidence the bank na egwe Kufuor na egwe setting koma abane de mahama fa etiba o me Tranchen abane de mahama fa 2024 ane obi ampere cause mahama fa still bay Mr. Tranchen abane de mahama fa 7 December number 8 Kotokraba market wa yeah circle overhead wa yeah Kumasi Kadetian wa yeah Mahama E-Blocks na man free SHS abaso abane de mahama fa etiba o me Tranchen abane de mahama fa 2024 ane obi ampere cause mahama fa still bay Mr. Tranchen abane de mahama fa 2024 ane obi abane de jema fa jembra abane de jema fa jembra NDC afa jembra mama fa jembra abane de mahama fa etiba o me Tranchen abane de mahama fa 2024 ane obi ampere cause mahama fa still bay Mr. Tranchen abane de mahama fa 2024 ane obi ampere wada number 8 wada number 8 tax no obetete so youth no ben adwuma ye ba o me ya message Tranchen 24 hours economy abane de mahama fa eti ba o me ya Tranchen abane de mahama fa 2024 ane obi ampere cause mahama fa still bay Mr. Tranchen abane de mahama fa 7 December number 8 what the number 8 what the number